Alright, good evening everybody. We're going to go ahead and start a little bit early on this episode. We're going to start about 15 minutes early. There's not a whole lot to talk about on this stream other than the current news regarding the RTX 5070 Ti. That card launched today. The review embargo was yesterday. So by now, I think most people that were remotely interested in the 5070 Ti have probably already seen the reviews. We're going to go through a couple of them here. Some of the AIB cards. This card is very similar to the 4070 Ti. It's kind of expensive. It actually has an okay MSRP at the end of the day. So if you can get one for the MSRP of around $749, I don't think it's that bad of a value. But the problem is a lot of the cards, as we've seen, are currently significantly more expensive than the MSRP. You know, some of them are like $1,000. So at that price, it's definitely not worth it because you're basically paying for you're basically paying for a card that is almost like an RTX 4080, but the 4080 is like more than 2 years old now. So you're spending 4080 super amounts of money for the same card. So it's kind of a wash when you put it that way. But at $749, I think it is an okay value. So I don't think it's really that bad if you can get one at MSRP. But because a lot of these cards, a lot of the AIB cards are selling for well over MSRP, that I think is the real reason why the reviews are kind of mediocre. That being said, let's get into some of the articles here on the 50 series. So but you know what, before we do that, how's everybody doing? Like, how is everybody like enthusiastic about 5070 Ti? Finally, a card that you can actually buy. But the problem is nobody, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of hype around it. People seem kind of bummed out about it, which is interesting. 4080 is 2+ years old. Yeah. 9070 XT. What? Wait, what? This is not supposed to be about that. That card should not be named. That is the card that will not be named this stream. It's not 749, but even at 749 is trash with underwhelming uplift. So yeah, let's look at that actually, because Tech Power Up has a lot of reviews on multiple different cards. So let's look at the palette, Game Rock OC. So I don't know what the price is on this. We'll find out. So this one is $1,000. $1,000 for a 70 class GPU. $1,000 for a 70 Ti class GPU. That is where we are in 2025. It's gotten so bad. The GPU market is so bad right now that a 70 Ti is $1,000. Now, I think part of the reason why we're seeing prices that are all over the place is the fact that there is no actual NVIDIA reference card for the 5070 Ti. So there's no Founders Edition. There's no reference card. Now, there actually is a reference card, believe it or not, but the gamers will not be allowed to purchase one from NVIDIA. What NVIDIA does is they have a reference design that they put out there for the partners to essentially choose whether or not they want to copy it or if they want to go with their own custom PCB design. So NVIDIA does have a reference card, and what ends up happening is the large OEM providers. So think of like your Dell Alienwares, your HP Omens, your Lenovo Legions. These guys will use, most likely, they will use the NVIDIA reference design, and then they'll just tack on their Legion or Omen or, whatever their brand is. They'll just tack that on as an OEM, and they'll sell it in a pre-built gaming desktop. So there is a reference design, but unfortunately, NVIDIA is not offering a Founders Edition version of the reference card. So that means that the AIBs can kind of do whatever they want with the price. It's like, yeah, there is supposedly an MSRP of $749, but because there's no Founders Edition card to back that up, they're free to do with whatever they want. And that's the reason why you're seeing stuff like this Game Rock have an MSRP of $1,000. So, yeah, and that kind of hurts the value proposition of this graphics card. Because this graphics card, at the end of the day, I think for 1440p, now I haven't read this review in depth, but I've watched a couple of video reviews. I've skimmed through some news article reviews like these. I haven't gone too much in depth on like the gaming, the per game performance, and that sort of thing. But in general, the themes, the takeaway is that if you have a 1440p gaming monitor, the 5070 Ti is going to be totally fine. It's not a terrible choice, provided you can get one at the MSRP. And unfortunately, right now, it's very hard to get one of these at MSRP because there's no Founders Edition. There's nothing holding the AIBs accountable. They're free to just do whatever they want, and that's why you're seeing the pricing so high. And they can always be like, oh, there's tariffs, even though that doesn't apply to the EU or other places outside the US. Oh, they can make up some excuse. Oh, the tariffs. Oh, we had to price it higher because of the tariffs. Oh, we had to price it higher because of supply chain. Whatever. Like they can use some ridiculous excuse, and the gamers will be forced to believe it regardless whether they choose to or not. And they have to accept the higher price. That's pretty much what's going to happen. Unless you vote with your wallet and you just straight up don't buy the card, and eventually they'll have to lower the price. That's one way to do it. But some people out there are so desperate. I think of all the people that are still on like 2070, 2080, 3070 Ti, such a trash graphics card, like those type of cards. And they're probably looking at this and they're like, man, who cares if it's just as good or a little bit worse than like 4080 or XTX, and it has less VRAM than XTX. The reality is I can't buy an XTX, so I might as well just get 5070 Ti. Like there's probably a lot of people that are doing stuff like that. So, or thinking that, I should say, not doing that. They're thinking that in their minds because they're stuck on like some, ghetto 3070 or 3070 Ti that they overpaid for off of a Newegg shuffle back in 2021, and they're feeling bad about their choices in life, and then they're like, do I really want to make another bad choice and buy a 5070 Ti for $1,000? Like that's the sort of stuff that the average PC gaming GPU enjoyer. Everyone's saying the word enjoyer these days. Like I just had to use that. They're like stuck with that thought, like they have this 3-year-old, some of them 4-year-old, 5-year-old GPU, so they fall in the window of time to do an upgrade. But the choices right now are so unattractive that it's a big letdown, That's why I think a lot of people are waiting for the 9070 XT, because NVIDIA has basically screwed over the gaming market. They literally we don't care. The gamers are basically not a thing that we need for our success anymore. So, whatever. Take it or leave it. Basically, that's how I see it. It's like you either buy it or you don't. And if you don't buy it, someone else will. So it's like, NVIDIA's looking at it that way. It's like, okay, the enthusiasts are mad at us. Who cares? The AI bros will buy all the 5090s anyway. Oh, melted connectors? Who cares? The data center people don't care about that. They run those things at less than, I don't know, ambient temperatures are probably 19 degrees Celsius or something in the data center. So they don't care. You know, like whatever. If the gamers don't want to buy it, who cares? We can sell it at a profit with much higher margin to the AI bros, the data center, all those type of the inferencing and the all those people, they'll buy it up. All the startup companies, they got the money. So who cares? They don't care about the gamers. And the 5090, it's like that's not even for gamers anymore. It's like that's an AI part. You've seen the price revisions. They're now over $3,000. The Astral is the only safe one to buy if we're talking practicality because it's the only one that can warn you if your cable is going to fail and cause a meltdown. So it's the most expensive one. And now it's like, oh, Asus is the only one that's like marginally safe and okay, but it's also the most expensive 5090. So as far as I'm concerned, the 5090, that isn't even part of the gaming market anymore. Like that's like way removed from the gaming market. So that basically leaves the 5080, which is also like lackluster value, 1,000. It's like way marked up above $1,000 now. So it's like 1,500 typically. The average moving price that I've seen is like $1,400 to $1,800 for a 5080. You know, and like okay, yeah, you're paying $1,500 for a 16 gigabyte graphics card. You know, congratulations for spending that much money on a 16 gigabyte graphics card in 2025. That is so future proof. So yeah, that's kind of a fail. And then it also has the stupid connector. But all these NVIDIA 50 series have the stupid connector. And then the 5070 Ti, you know, this one's the next best choice, but it's so underwhelming, and it's again overpriced, just like the 5080, that it's almost like it isn't even worth even looking at the review because it's so embarrassingly bad. And it's so obvious that NVIDIA is hitting not just a radical limit on TSMC's node, but they're hitting like the limits of what we can do with process technology. So they're like, okay, let's shove all this stuff on here, and we can't get the performance uplift that we normally get. So what do? Move the goalposts, change the rules of the game. Frame gen, frame gen, frame gen, more frame gen. KO can attack times 2, times 4, frame gen, all out frame gen, and it's like problem solved, everybody. There's your performance uplift. Frame gen times 4. There you go. That's that's basically the touch point in history of the 50 series in a nutshell. Frame gen times 4 and very bad value. That's basically where we're at for GPU launches in 2025. So yeah, that's basically it, guys. So 5070 Ti. Let's see what it says here. I bet there's going to be a bunch of stuff talking about frame gen. Let's skip straight to the average FPS. Okay, so 1080p, nobody cares because no one's going to buy this for 1080p. So 1440p is where it's at. So here, 142.9. It basically ties the 7900 XTX and the 4080 at 1440p. According to Tech Power Up. So it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I can see some kind of reverse psychology at play here where they're like, hey, you're complaining about us charging $1,000, but it has the performance of the AMD $1,000 card from the previous generation. So therefore, it's offering the same FPS, and we aren't even talking about the Kaioken attack. So it's like, hey, it equals the $1,000 AMD, you know? So at 1440p, so therefore we can justify pricing it at $1,000. If the AMD card does this much percentage FPS at $1,000, then we can also do the Game Rock performance at $1,000. It's the exact same number. Therefore, it should be $1,000. So, yeah. And then you go up to 4K, which technically you can use this card for 4K totally because the XTX and the 4080 were often used for 4K. And, you know, it still averages 85 FPS at 4K. The only problem with the whole 4K thing is the 16 gigabytes of VRAM is not very future-proof for 4K gaming. So, I don't know. I mean, that's basically it. It can do 4K. It can certainly do 4K better than the 4070 Ti. 4070 Ti was at 66. This is at 85. So this is effectively a 4080 and an XTX, which is, depending on how you look at it, it's underwhelming or disappointing, or it's actually considered a good thing. But I don't know. It depends on how optimistic you are about this generation. If you're like heavily supporting Nvidia's 50 series, then you probably think this is a very good result because it equals an XTX. It equals a 4080 while not even being an 80 class GPU. But on the flip side, you look at previous generations, and historically, Nvidia's 70 Ti always beats the previous 80 class GPU. And in this scenario, that did not happen. So a lot of people are looking at this as a fail or underwhelming because it did not achieve the objective or the expected result, I should say, compared to NVIDIA's previous generations. You think of the 4070 Ti. The 4070 Ti is faster than even the 3090 at 4K. Now, it's only a little bit faster, but it's faster than the 3090. Only the 3090 Ti defeats the 4070 Ti. In fact, the 4070 Ti Super manages to tie the 3090 Ti. Now, keep that in mind. The 90 class, the previous 70 Ti is matching the previous 90 class. Now we have a 70 Ti, which is only able to match the previous 80 class at best. So this is the reason why most people are disappointed with this. However, you have to think about who are the people that are actually going to buy one of these. Because a lot of people are still going to buy this graphics card. Whether you want them to or not, whether the reviewers say it's trash, there's going to be a lot of people out there that are still going to buy one. Because they're probably looking at this chart and they're probably like, hey, I have 3070 Ti, which I paid, I paid like $1,000. Like I'm just thinking like an individual who bought a Newegg Shuffle in 2021. They paid like, let's say they paid $1,200 for a 3070 Ti and some generic weak sauce 650 watt power supply that they didn't want, but they ended up using it anyway. Now they have to buy another power supply because if they want one of these, that a 650 watt can't handle these, at least not safely, not without the native connector, that kind of stuff. So it's like they paid $1,200 for a 3070 Ti plus a power supply or maybe a motherboard that they didn't even have a CPU to use with. They basically overpaid for a 3070 Ti, and they're like, oh, it only does 44 FPS at 4K, and if we're talking 1440p, it only does 78 frames per second at 1440p. So these sort of individuals who overpaid for 3070 Tis, or even 3070s, back in like 2021, so that's like 4 years ago now. Like they've had the same GPU for like 4 years, and they paid over $1,000 for it, and they're like, hey, this GPU is like $1,000, but they remember they paid like $1,200 for a 3070 Ti, so they're like, hey man, this is a deal. This is a good deal. $1,000 for a 70 Ti. I'm gonna buy one. So that's usually what's gonna happen. I think a lot of people that are in that scenario that I just described are going to end up buying this graphics card. So NVIDIA will still sell boatloads of 5070 and 5070 Ti, just like they always do. It will happen. It will happen. This is exactly the same as 2 years ago when every reviewer said that the 4060 was a waste of sand. buy a 3060 instead for cheaper, and no one listened to them. Oh, I guess a few people listened to them, but those few people probably feel betrayed by the reviewers because the people who didn't listen to them and bought 4060s, regardless of what reviewers said, were laughing at the end of the day because they got the frame gen. They got DLSS frame gen, and the guys who are on 30 series are stuck on using FSR frame gen. You see what I'm saying? So nvidia has their ways to play the game and win at the end of the day. So, and this time around, it's multi-frame gen. That is the winning equation this time around. So it's like, oh, you don't want to buy 5070 Ti? Okay, you be happy with your 4070 Ti. Just don't come crying to nvidia when all the games are using multi-frame gen and getting playable frame rates above 60 FPS because games are going to run like Monster Hunter Wilds and require frame gen to get 60 FPS. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's where the industry is going. Just sneak peek. The industry is going to become a generation or a game industry where it's like you want 60 FPS, turn on frame gen. You know, like that's going to become the new norm over the next 4 years. Just you wait and see. It's already starting to happen. Monster Hunter Wilds is a prime example of that. So, yeah, but this one, it can do 4K. It's probably what I would consider like the minimum. This is probably the minimum 50 series GPU that can do 4K at acceptable frame rates. You have a theory that the paper launch is actually beta testing? 3080 Ti to 3090 is about 10%. No, it's actually less than that. 3090 and 3090 Ti are very close. They're less than 10%. 3080 Ti to 3090 Ti is like 10%, 10 to 15%. 4080 to 4090 is like 25%. No, it's more like 30. It's like 30 because it's about 25. Yeah, about 25, somewhere around there. Can't believe it depends on the resolution. The higher up the resolution, the more they're spread. So at 4K, it's about a 30%. At 1440, it's about a 20%. At 1080p, it's like a 17% or something. The gap closes the lower resolution you go. What happens if you use a weak PSU with a high power component? Your computer shuts off while you're gaming. It just turns off like there was a power outage. It doesn't blow up, it just turns off your computer. It'll just do what's called OCP and shut off the computer. See, a lot of people don't know that. There's a lot of people out there that are actually having that problem with the 5090, which is hilarious. And I said this last year. When we saw the TDP at 575 watt, the first thing I said was that there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to like have to buy new power supplies because they don't know that the power supply can't handle that GPU. It's going to trip OCP and just shut off the computer while they're benchmarking or while they're gaming. And sure enough, there's already been lots of reports of that. And they're like, oh, I think my graphics card's defective. The graphics card's not defective, it's your power supply. So, it's typically, with computers, there's two things that are the most likely culprits for all kinds of hardware problems. If it's not the power supply, it's the RAM. It's always either RAM or the power supply. It's funny because Linus himself recently said this on his live stream. Linus literally said what I've been saying. So I felt kind of like happy hearing Linus, because he has such a giant audience, say the same thing that I've always been saying. You know, like he literally said what he's learned over the years of like building PCs is like there's two major components that are usually the root cause for things not working. It's usually the RAM or it's the power supply. And he was 100% right when he said that, because I was like, oh man, he is preaching to the choir right now. You know what causes a corrupt Windows file? Unstable RAM. Unstable RAM causes the corrupt Windows file. So that leads back to RAM being the problem. So if it's not memory, it's the PSU problem. It's always one or the other. Okay. Did I sign up for NVIDIA's priority access enrollment? No. How does that... I think I saw something about that, but I was like, is that real or is that some kind of like random scam? All right, let's look at relative performance. So relative performance, at 1440p, it's basically the same as the 4080. And then at 4K, it's basically the same as the 4080. So it's a 4080 for the exact same amount of money as the 4080 Super, or it's basically the same as the 4080 Super for the amount of money of a 4080 Super. Like nothing. So basically, it's got the same amount of VRAM, it's got the same exact price, and it doesn't move the needle at all in the performance. Like the performance is the same, the RAM is the same, the price is the same. At least looking at the Game Rock. So I'm thinking, okay, nothing changed, and this is like a rebadged 4080 in 2025? That's what it seems like. But it has a new technique. It has a special technique. It's got Kaioken attack. Kaioken attack times 4. It has Kaioken times 2 and Kaioken times 4. So it's got some tricks up its sleeve that the 4080 can't do. Yeah, already this is kind of weak. So, well, I wouldn't say that. I don't think it's weak. It's just like, it's disappointing. It's underwhelming. Let's put it that way. This is not a bad... Guys, it's... You gotta look at the larger picture here. Like, the 5070 Ti is not, like, terrible performance. Because, I mean, last I checked, XTX and 4080 Super were pretty decent graphics cards. It's not like those cards became weak overnight. And this card's basically the same as those cards. So it's, I don't know, for the same amount of money, it's underwhelming. It's underwhelming, but it's not terrible. I feel like the reviewers are really bashing this card because it doesn't outperform a 4080 and an XTX, and it's priced rather high for a 70 Ti. So I totally understand like the resentment that they have to Nvidia and this graphics card, but it's still a decent performer, especially if you're playing at 1440. If you're gaming at 1440, I think this is not a bad choice, to be honest. Like, if you're gaming at 4K, then I don't think this is going to be a very good long-term investment for a 4K display, especially if you want one of those fancy 240 hertz OLEDs. Then I don't think this is the right choice. Unless you are ready to fully embrace yourself in frame gen, in multi-frame gen, and just live in the frame gen metaverse for the next 5 years or whatever. So if you're ready to like embrace the frame gen, let it overwhelm you and like convert you to the frame gen cult, then you know this seems like it's a pretty good choice even for 4K. Otherwise, it's underwhelming. All right, let's look at the power consumption. Power consumption.
Do you think it is possible for someone to make a 12VX2 adapter that contains a load balancer or just simply a fuse?
That's a great question. A load balancer. Well, it would be a custom little PCB, kind of like the thing that Elmore's lab has made that shows the wattage draw on the connector, or I think Derbauer has featured something like that. It would basically be its own little PCB. So what you would do is you would plug the cable into that adapter thing or into the board that has the fuses and the balancer, and then that thing would plug. You'd take another cable from that and you'd connect that into the GPU. So yeah, it is possible, but you're talking about like a custom PCB design thing. Yeah, you're basically saying or asking for somebody to design essentially the circuitry that exists on a 3090 Ti. So yeah, you could do that. It's possible to do that. It just has to match the spec that nvidia is using with that connector. So like the pinouts have to match. The whatever the resistive tolerances are, they have to all match so that they work, so it lines up properly. And then the actual, like on the GPU side, it would accept that input from that adapter. So yeah, you can. It's totally possible. Personally, I still think that nvidia needs to go back and revise the design of the PCB. Like they literally need to come out with a revision 2 of the 5090. And I would say they need to do it for all of the 50 series, not just the 5090. Now, most likely, cards like this, the 5070 Ti, looking at the power consumption, this one doesn't look like it pulls enough power, even with firmware, for that to really matter. So maybe they just need to do it for the 5090. Definitely 5090, though, because the power consumption is so high on a regular basis. That's why it's very hard to consider the 5090 for gaming, because the power consumption is so high at such an extended amount of time. So think of it like this. If someone purchases a 5090 only for content creation, they're less likely to ever run into an issue where the connector melts, because when they're rendering a video, the render time is a continuous workload that doesn't run. It's only going to run for, like, at most, I would imagine, like 40 minutes if they have a very long export that they're doing. You think about somebody playing a game, though, how they can sit there and play, Call of Duty or Monster Hunter or whatever for more than an hour, more than 2 hours, more than 3 hours. Like a long play session where the GPU has this very dynamic, bursty workload where the voltage spikes dramatically at the millisecond intervals. That, to me, is far more likely to cause the connector to degrade over time compared to someone simply rendering videos in DaVinci Resolve or doing some sort of creativity workload where the GPU runs like 100% load for like 30 seconds, maybe a few minutes. So it's very unlikely for someone who bought a 5090 for content creation to ever run into a problem with the connector melting. It is someone who uses it for gaming, which is most likely going to run into the potential of a melted connector. Because they're running it at high wattage for an extended period of time, and the workload is very dynamic and very bursty, meaning it has lots of voltage spikes, unlike DaVinci Resolve or Adobe or any of those creativity apps where the workload is very flat. It ramps up, it stays on a solid flat line, and then it levels off as soon as it's done. That is not how gaming behaves, and that is the reason why I feel like the gamers, once again, are the ones that get screwed over by the melted connector problem compared to the people who buy it for professional use. Well, no, yeah, he's aware that they removed it. He's asking if it can be put on a custom PCB. The answer is yes, it can. You're essentially having to develop a small little circuit board that has the circuitry that NVIDIA removed, and you have to put that in line with the cards. So what that would look like... So where's Paint? Here it is. So you have the GPU. Let's say this is the GPU. This is the dreaded connector. This is an Astral. So you have the power connector. And then you have the cable. So, let's say the cable is like this or whatever. Let's just say it's like this. So, you know what? It would also depend on whether or not the circuit board is designed for the adapter or just 12 volt to 12 volt. So let's just, for simplicity, let's say it's the circuitry with the 12 volt cable. So you have a custom PCB that essentially sits in line with the... So the power supply would be down here. Here's the power supply. So the circuit board would be a custom circuit board that sits in line. Maybe it could sit, maybe it could be over here or something. I'm just saying in general, it would sit in line. It would have the 3 shunt resistors that are required. Basically, the circuitry that was on 3090 Ti would be on this little PCB custom adapter thing. And then you would run... So you'd have to have 2 12-volt cables. You'd have to have a 12-volt cable that runs from the power supply and plugs into this thing. Then you'd have to have a second 12-volt cable that runs from this thing into the graphics card, while also supporting the sense wires. Because remember, the RTX 5090 requires the use of the sense wires. So it not only does it have to have the 3 shunt resistors, it has to have the pass-through with the correct wire gauge to allow those sense wires to traverse transparently through it over to the actual GPU. So, or maybe it doesn't need... Well, it has to have a pass-through because you can't have them just like way longer, just arbitrarily longer than the regular connector, the regular cable. So it is possible to do it, but what I think NVIDIA needs to do... NVIDIA needs, yes, a daughter board. NVIDIA needs, well, it's not really a daughter board because a daughter board connects to the motherboard. It's basically another little PCB that is custom made and it's independent of the GPU. But yeah, that's what they would need to do. But I really think that NVIDIA needs to come out with a revision 2.0 with the additional components. Because why would... To me, it doesn't make any sense. Why would they make a 700 or a 575 watt graphics card and not include that circuitry? Because they're wanting to save like what, $2 per graphics card or something? Like, it's already so expensive. That's kind of ridiculous. Like, even it might even be less than $2. They're probably saving like cents on a dollar. Multiply that by like however many hundreds of thousands of these they've managed to produce over the lifetime of the graphics card generation. To me, it's just nasty to think about that NVIDIA, for whatever reason, just like omitted the safety mechanisms. Like, to me, that's just so bad. It just speaks so poorly on them. Yeah, I mean, these connectors, to me, the 8-pin connectors, there's nothing wrong with the 8-pin connectors. Why would you deviate from that when there was never really a problem? Like, I get one of the reasons. One of the reasons was they thought that people would probably think poorly of their graphics card if it had 4 8-pin connectors on it. Because the most that we've seen over the years is 3 8-pin. And... technically 3 8-pin would have worked on a 4090. Because the 4090, you guys have to remember, RTX 4090 equals 450 watt TDP. 450 watt TDP equals 3 8-pins. That's a 3 8-pin. They literally could have made the 4090 with 3 standard 8-pins. And it would have been fine. It would have worked. Because you know what? RTX 3090 Ti was also 450 watts. And that is 3x 8-pins. And the other thing, you know what the 3090 Ti included in the box? A 3 8-pin adapter. A custom 3 8-pin adapter. I have a video on the channel showing what that adapter looks like. It is not the same adapter that comes with the 4090 or the 4080. It is a special custom adapter that has a specific keyed pin layout for the 3090 Ti, because the 3090 Ti is the only graphics card that can function with no sense wires connected. The 3090 Ti can boot up with no sense wires connected. If you plug a 4090 in with no sense wires, it will not boot up. It will not boot up. Why? Because it is 100% dependent on those sense wires sensing that they're there. The 3090 Ti does not need those sense wires to boot up because it includes the additional circuitry to load balance with or without the sense pins. However, it is also compatible with the sense pins. So if you plug the sense pins in, it will detect that they work. This way, the 3090 Ti maintains backwards compatibility with older power supplies that do not understand the sense wires function, while also maintaining forward compatibility with newer RTX 3.0 and 3.1 power supplies. This is one of the unique things about the 3090 Ti that makes it one of the best NVIDIA graphics cards ever made. And it also supports SLI, aka NVLink. The 3090 Ti is the last NVIDIA flagship to support NVLink on the consumer desktop platform. So it is the last great graphics card from NVIDIA. The 40 series was when they started. I mean, the 4090 performs well, but let's be honest, it removed the safety feature that the 3090 Ti had. It is not compatible with older power supplies that do not have the sense wires. It will not work without the sense wires being terminated to a ground pin. So, as far as I'm concerned, 3090 Ti was the last great one. Everything since then, 4090 can't do NVLink, it can't do SLI. Not that SLI really matters, but NVLink does kind of matter for productivity apps. So that's why a lot of people still preferred 3090 Ti for a lot of use cases outside of gaming. But a lot of the gamers don't know this. This is the reason why the 3090 Ti and the 3090 have retained their resale value for such a long period of time, considering how old those graphics cards are. And the 3090 Ti retains its resale value to the utmost compared to 3090 because let's do a side-by-side comparison of 3090 versus 3090 Ti. 3090 had bad VRAM on the back that failed due to overheating. This was not a problem on 3090 Ti. 3090 did not have compatibility with 12-volt high power cables. The 3090 Ti did have compatibility. It can function in all environments, regardless of whatever they are. So, in a lot of ways, the 3090 Ti was what I consider the greatest of NVIDIA's recent history GPUs. Let's say in the last 4 to 5 years. So, yeah. Plus, it had the safety stuff. So, yeah. See, I can make a GPU look really, really good. I just made 3090 Ti look really, really good. So, overall, NVIDIA does need to revise the spec. Or if they're not going to revise the spec, they need to go back and retroactively make a new revision to the 5090. At the very least, the 5090. Because the 5090 is 575 watt. 575 watt equals 4 8 pins. 4 8-pins. One 8-pin equals 150 watts. 2 8-pin equals 300 watts. 3 8-pin equals 450 watts. 4 8-pin equals 600 watts. And now you see why the 4090 and the 5090 come with adapters that have the 12 volt on one side, 12 volt high power, and they have 4 8-pins on the other side, because those 4 8-pins allow up to 600 watts. That is the reason why. 3090 only came with a triple 8-pin, which means 3090 Ti was limited to 450 watt, even though it was a very power hungry card. And you know what happens if you plug in a native 12 volt high power to 3090 Ti? 3090 Ti can get up there to like 500 watts. It can go up to 500 watts with a native cable. If you use its adapter, it can only do 450 watts. So a lot of people who bought 3090 Ti back in the day, they were forced to use the adapter because there were no... It wasn't until like way late in that year when 4090 came out, and then a few months after 4090 launched, then we saw power supplies that actually had the native 12 volt cables on them. And a lot of people don't ever remember the true performance of 3090 Ti because they were power limiting it to 450 because they were using that 3 8-pin adapter. You connect this to a direct cable, and then it can potentially be free to go all the way to 600. So a lot of people forget about 3090 Ti because it was overshadowed by 4090 when the 4090 came out. Because both GPUs came out in the exact same year. 3090 Ti was March, if I remember correctly, March 2022. 4090 was October of the exact same year. So this is the reason why the 3090 Ti was very short-lived in terms of like how popular it was as the fastest GPU. It was only the fastest GPU for like, 8 months. And then it was eclipsed by 4090. That's why it wasn't really remembered that well. I mean, actually, you think about it, this next month, the 3090 Ti will hit 3 years old. So the 3090 Ti is on the verge of becoming a middle-aged graphics card as of next month. Because once a GPU hits 3 years, it's middle-aged. Remember that. It only takes 3 years for a GPU to become middle-aged. So the 3090 Ti is not young anymore. Next month, it's middle-aged. And then once a GPU hits 5 years, it becomes elderly. So just keep that in mind. That gives you an idea of like how to judge whether or not your PC needs to... You need to consider upgrading your PC, based off of the 3-year, 5-year, 7-year life cycle. I don't think the whole EVGA thing had anything to do with this. I don't think this has anything to do with EVGA leaving the GPU market. Okay, so yeah, that was a great question though. It was kind of definitely we went off on a tangent, but I think this is one of the better tangents because I think this provides more clarity on why this connector is a bad design. It was an okay design when nvidia first came out with it, but then they immediately decided to trust it 100% with 40 series, and we saw the results of that. It's okay for low wattage GPUs, it's not good for high wattage GPUs. And the ironic thing is it was designed for high wattage GPUs. It was the whole idea was like, oh, you don't have to have so many 8-pins on the PCB anymore. Okay. So, yeah, most people that bought 3090 Ti paid like anywhere close to $3,000. Well, is that right? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people paid 2,000 or more for a 3090. 3090 Ti was a $2,000 MSRP. So you know what's funny is let me go back to this. So the MSRP, the MSRP of the 3090 Ti is $1999. It's basically the exact same MSRP as the 5090. I remember when this GPU came out, it was $2,000. A lot of people don't remember that. A lot of people forget what the actual MSRP of a 3090 Ti was. That shows you how it was relatively ignored. It was largely ignored by the public, by the gamers. They didn't really talk about it. They didn't really think about it. But it was $2,000. And most people who bought one paid more than $2,000 because of AIB markup, because of this was the tail end of the dark times. So everybody remembers the dark times of computer hardware. The dark times were a time in history where the gamers will never forget, or the PC gamers. It was basically the PC dark times was from, it was basically like late 2020 to like summer 2022. This was known as the dark times in history. For people who were into PC gaming, people who were into building PCs in general, they know all about the dark times. This is when you learned about the concept of fix it. You know what I'm talking about? The meme streams, the John Travolta meme streams, the Jake Randall live streams to buy a PS5 or an Xbox or whatever. The era of watching 24/7 tracker live streams on YouTube to get alerts on buying GPUs. And it was also the era of the Newegg shuffle. Newegg invented the Newegg shuffle during this era. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? You remember the John Travolta meme stream, the fix it, where it's like the guy's like doing the thing where he's like, you know, please, sir, can I have some more? You know, like that stuff. That was the dark times. This is what I'm talking about when I say the dark times. We're not really living in the same type of environment today, although it kind of feels strangely similar to that time, but it's really not. Because back then you couldn't buy anything. It was like you were overpaying for like everything, except for like a computer case and maybe the keyboard and the mouse and the monitor. Everything else was like so overpriced. Power supplies, GPUs were impossible to buy unless you were paying like way over MSRP. People who bought pre-builts overpaid on pre-builts because pre-builts were like way up marked. They were like way marked up. It was crazy. A dual 8-pin to this can handle the what? Dual 8-pin. The 150 watt for each PCIe is not correct. The 8-pin connector. Yeah, but that's not what's rated normal operating. Normal operating is 150 watt. You're talking about the theoretical maximum, which is never what you want to be running at. You don't want to be running a single 8-pin at 360 watt for an extended period of time. So no, it's 150 watts. Because you see the thing about that, the 360 watt thing, 360 watt, so a dual 8-pin, no, just because it can doesn't mean that's a good idea. Because you have no control over the user's environment. You don't know what their ambient temperature is. You don't know how much dust is on the connector. There's just too many variables. There's a reason why there's a theoretical maximum and there's an actual like standard expected normal operating wattage. So, no, it's 150 watts per 8-pin, and that's how it's always been. The 360 watt that you're talking about is what we call a theoretical maximum that it can handle, and that's the reason why you hear people say that it is over-spec'd or it is overbuilt, because they tell you, oh, it's rated for 150 watts, but realistically, it can do way more than 150 watts. But that doesn't mean you want to tell people that they're okay running it at 360 watts. Who's pulling over 700 watts? Again, we're talking about standard operation. You're not going to be pulling 700 watts on a normal GPU while gaming. You see, you're talking about extreme overclocking or just overclocking in general. But that's not what I would consider the norm for most people that are using these. So 700 watts? 700 watts on an 8-pin? I don't think that's what people are doing. Yeah, there's plenty of headroom in the 8-pin cable. That we've already stated. What I'm saying is that there's a reason why this is spec'd. It's advertised for 150 watt on the 8-pin. Because you go back to the 6-pin. So you know that there's also the 6-pin. 6-pin is 75 watts. So when you convert a 6-pin into an 8-pin, the only thing you're doing is you're adding 2 additional ground pins. Those 2 additional ground pins allow it to be rated for 150 watt. Because, yeah, the wires aren't changing. The wires, 75 watts, those exact same pins that are capable, that are rated to pull 75 watts, you add 2 more ground pins, it's the exact same thing. It's going to be 150 watts. So no. 360 watts on a single 8-pin is not a good idea. Especially for long-term use. So, no. It's 150 watts, not 360 watts. Let's put it this way. I'm not going to tell people that their 8-pin is good for 360 watts, because that is not good advice to have them running that much power on a 6-pin. Because it's still a 6-pin. It's still a 6-pin, right? It's the same 6 pins that can do 75 watts are also doing 150 watts. So, and you're talking about the 8-pin, right? Because we're talking about the 8-pin, not the 12 volt. We're talking about the 8-pin. The standard ATX 2.0 8-pin is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about 12 volt high power. Yes, the 8-pin is 150 watts. You can do 360 watts, but that's not a good idea. You can run it that way, but does that mean it's a good idea? I don't think so. The other thing, too, is you have to remember that even if you're pulling 300 on the 8-pin side, you have to remember what's on the power supply side. Because the power supply side has, I think it's, depends on the model, but it's like 6. You have the 6-pin. So if you have an 8-pin, but then on this side, you have 2 6-pin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like this. So this basically connects to the power supply side. So the other piece of this is the wires on the power supply side also have to be taken into account. Now, typically the wires on the power supply side are spec'd to run really high wattage. So like your 360 that you're talking about, that's going to be more like what you can do on the power supply side. You can do the same thing on the GPU side. That doesn't mean that it's a good idea. What it means is that it's overbuilt and that it's not going to cause a meltdown if you're exceeding 150 watts. This is the reason why there's no large scale reports of the older connectors melting. Because people could be overclocking their graphics cards by like 20% and they're way over the spec, but there's nothing going to happen to them because it's so overbuilt. Meaning you have so much margin built into the connector that you don't really have to worry about it. That's why it was never a thing that people worried about when they were overclocking graphics cards with the older connectors, because it's overbuilt. Like you're saying, 10 amps. It doesn't have any problems pulling 10 amps. Okay. So, all right, so that basically summarizes this. So in general, yeah, if somebody wanted to develop a custom PCB that was in line with the 12 volt from the power supply side and then 12 volt over to the graphics card side that had the additional shunt resistors and the voltage regulator or whatever they need to put on there to make sure that it can pass the sense wires one-to-one, it's possible to do that. Now, someone might actually do that. There might be a vendor out there that decides to do that. But I personally want to see nvidia do a revision of the 5090. That, to me, they really, really need to do that. They don't have to do that for the lower wattage GPUs, but they really need to do that for the 5090 because the 5090 is rated so close to the rated maximum of 600 watts. So, yeah, and I might actually do a video about the 12 volt connector because I've been doing some tests with the 4080 Super with a Corsair adapter that I've been using for basically however many years I've had it. And I already see irregular current load on mine. So, like, at 260 watts, playing Black Myth Wukong, I have a Corsair power adapter. It is the standard official Corsair 12 volt to the power supply. It's not 12 volt on the power supply, it's 12 volt on the GPU. And then that breaks out into the standard Type 4 or Type 3 connectors to the Corsair power supply. And I'm already having irregular load with a 4080 Super. So the 4080 Super has 2 pins that are pulling like 5 amps. And the rest of them are pulling like 2 or less. One of them was only pulling like 1.4 amps. One of them was pulling like 5.4 amps. And we're talking a full total power of only 260 watts. So even at 260 watts, I already have a Corsair wire that is pulling over 5.4 amps. To me, that's already alarming because that already duplicates the same test that Der Bauer witnessed when he was doing that, because I'm using the exact same type of adapter that Der Bauer was using in his video. And I'm seeing irregular current draw with a 4090 running at stock with Black Myth Wukong running with a 120 FPS cap. So, yes, I'm using a current clamp. Yes. In fact, I had to buy a current clamp to actually do that because I didn't have one before. It's not an issue with the NVIDIA app, it's an issue with the cable. So I have to test with a different cable. But the thing is, it's easy to test this with the Corsair adapter because the Corsair adapter has individual wires exposed. So this is the cable that I'm using. Hold on. Where is... Yeah. This is the adapter that I'm using. The Corsair 600 watt PCI 5.0 12V to 2x6 Type 4. So it's Type 4, dual Type 4 connects into the power supply, and then you have the 12 volt connecting into the GPU. Now, see how it has these individual wires spread out? right here. So it's actually, this one doesn't look like the one that I have. The one that I have is a braided cable, and they're not like glued together like this. So I don't know. This one might be a newer one than the one that I have. Yeah, I might actually have to get this one. But I'm surprised because I had one pin. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but one of the pins was pulling 1.45 amps, and another pin was pulling 5.45 amps. So to me, you know, that's only 260 watts total, and I already have a single wire that's pulling almost 5.5 amps. So you do the math. And that's already over. I'm already on over current on that wire because it's going to be 260 divided by 12 divided by 6. So let's go back to paint here. So RTX 4080 Super, 260 watt, while playing Black Myth Wukong. So you take 260 watts divided by 12 volts divided by 6 wires. That means your per wire. That implies your... I'll just do another line here. Per pin / wire equals 3.6111 repeated amps. So my Corsair cable should only have 3.61 amps on each individual pin. However, pin 1 is pulling 5.45 amps. Pin 2 is pulling, I forget what it was, I think 2.3. I don't have the full numbers. All I know is that one of them was pulling like this. One of them was pulling, you know, again, like 2.45 or something, or 4.3 or whatever. And then pin 5 was, you know, like 3 amps, we'll call it. And then pin 6 was also like 4.8 amps. So you can see, just from this simple test that I did, I'll probably turn this into a video. So I think this needs to be a video. But look at this, guys. This is with the Corsair official 12-volt high-power cable. The official cable. The game is pulling 260 watts, frame capped. I'm not running unlimited frame rate. It's frame capped. Even with that, so you do the math, none of these wires should exceed 3.6 amps. So, look at this. This one already exceeds 3.6. This one also exceeds 3.6. So this is already like a bad cable. This implies bad cable. Bad cable. We aren't even pulling like high wattage. We're at 260 watts. And we already have 2 pins that are way over what the average amperage should be for an evenly distributed current load for this connector. So already I have a bad cable here. So yeah, that's not good. The total amperage on the spec would be, if we go back here, you know, like the 4080 will never pull 600 watts. You want to find the absolute maximum, 600 watt divided by 12 volt divided by 6 wire. This is roughly equal to, I think it's like 9 something amps. 600 divided by 12 divided by 6. 8.3 amps repeated. So 8.3 amps. This is like the max safe. Technically, it can go higher because it's technically rated for 660 watts. So it's really like 9.1 something amps per wire. So I'm not concerned. Like, it's not about to melt on me because it's spec'd for like 9 amps per pin. And the worst case one right now is pulling like 5.5. So there's still plenty of margin. But, you know, imagine if I had a 5090 and we were playing the exact same game, but it was pulling like 500 something watts. You know, like, then what would these numbers look like? How would it scale unevenly with much higher wattage? See, that's the concerning thing here. And that is the reason why this is a very bad design overall. Like, I think nvidia really needs to, what I'm going to do, I'm going to whip out the old 3090 Ti, and I'm going to do the exact same test with the 3090 Ti and see what the 3090 Ti does when it encounters a bad, or what seems to be a bad cable. So, why didn't the 3090 Ti's melt? We've already explained that. We explained that like several minutes ago now. So, yeah, we're going to do the exact same test. I need to probably turn this into a whole video. This will be more of like an investigative video, kind of like the Gamers Nexus style, where we do, you know, the current, well, it won't be like a Gamers Nexus video. It'll be more like the Derbauer video. So, to me, this is a bad cable. Because the reality is what's happening here, if I had to guess what's going on, I think what's going on is there's dust on this one. Maybe even these. These probably have dust on them. More dust than the ones on the end. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe the ones with a higher current have more dust. I think that the ones with the lower current have more dust because the dust is creating worse contact. There's more resistance there. And you know how electricity works. Electricity wants to flow across the path of least resistance. So that means that it's just going to flow over the wires that are cleaner, is what that means. So my pin 1 and my pin 6, and I guess pin 5 also, are less dirty than pin 2, 3, and 4, if that makes sense. So they have better electrical contact, they have better conductivity, which means the electrons are preferring to flow over those pins. It could also be on the PSU side, but yeah, the thing is you'd want to check both sides. The PSU side is using the larger wires though, so I have less inclination to believe that it's on the PSU side, because remember, the PSU side is not using the 12 volt, it's using Corsair's Type 4 connectors. There's a pair of them. So I think it's the dust on the pins. It might even be the dust in the 4080's connector itself that's causing the problem. So what's happening is there's probably higher resistance on those 3 wires. Higher resistance on the 3 wires that are reading lower amperage. So what's happening is the cleaner wires are getting more current flow because the dust or whatever is causing less current flow. Maybe it's a bad connection. Maybe it's a bad, the little socket retention thing that goes in and covers the pin. Maybe one of those are like faulty or something. Who knows? But whatever the reason is, it looks like there's higher resistance on these 3 pins in the middle, and as a result, more of the electricity is biased toward the pin 1 and the pin 6, basically the side pins. So they're getting more of the electricity, and as a result, that's why they're running higher current. So what I expect to see happen when I switch to 3090 Ti is going to force load balance across all of them evenly. So it will force a 3.61 amp average. Although, I could be wrong. I think that's what it's going to do, though. Because remember, the 3090 Ti has the additional circuitry that will force the load balance across those shunt resistors, meaning it can dynamically adjust as necessary to ensure that it is evenly distributed. This cannot happen on 40 series and 50 series because NVIDIA removed the additional circuitry starting with the 40 series. So that is, at least that's my working theory. We will prove that out. I do have to test this same exact setup with the 3090 Ti. But I don't think 3090 Ti, meaning you can connect a bad cable with 3090 Ti and it will just work with it because it will overcome that by load balancing, by forcing load balance across them, where you do not get that functionality with the 4090 and the 5090, which means it is 100% reliant on the cable being good and the connection being dust-free and pristine in order for it to get its even current distribution. No, they look normal. It's hard to tell. That's why I think it's dust. I think it's foreign debris in the connector or inside the graphics card. So, but I'll have to look at that further. So, but yeah, this is something that will probably turn into a video at some point on the channel. Yeah, depending on when I can get around to it. I have to test the 3090 Ti again. I need to probably I have to film the whole part with the 4080 showing the problem. The PSU side, I told you, it looks like the Corsair PSU. It looks normal. Looking at the cables, nothing looks wrong. And you'll see in the video that they look totally fine. Because we're using this. So we have the 600 watt connecting to the 4080. And then we have Corsair's special Type 4 dual. These are not standard 8-pin. These are Corsair Type 4. This is not an 8-pin that goes into a graphics card. This is a custom Type 4 plug that only goes into a Corsair power supply. It is their proprietary connector. So this is what is being used with the power supply. This is on a 850 watt Corsair RM850X or something. The power supply is only like 3 years old. So yeah, I think it's the cable. It's most likely the cable. And what's sad is because the 40 series cannot load balance, the only thing you can do is buy a new cable. There's really nothing else you can do. I mean, unless the problem is in the actual GPU, like you literally have to vacuum clean your 12 volt connector on your 4080. That's like literally the only thing I can think of. Get all the dust out and buy a new cable. And that's basically clean the dust, retest. If it's still bad, you have to replace the cable. That's the only option. There's nothing else because you have to ensure even current distribution. That's it. You have to vacuum clean the cable. You have to clean all the terminals. I mean, it's so sad that this is where the industry has gone. Like NVIDIA has basically turned the industry into a high maintenance hobby, you know? Like this is not a set it and forget it thing anymore. Like you have to actually maintain this stuff. It's kind of pathetic. But anyway, that is why I don't like this cable. Now, the reason why I haven't run into a problem is because the 4080 doesn't run high enough wattage. And the reason why I need to test the 4090, so I'll tell you guys, the 4090 that I have is using another one of these Corsair adapter cables. So I have one Corsair cable for 4080 using the 850 watt power supply, and then I have another Corsair adapter cable connected to the 4090 on a 1200 watt Corsair HX series power supply. So, and that system probably has way more dust in it than the 4080 system, because that one is the Threadripper, which I have not opened that up since I built it back in 2023. So, yeah. So the 4090 is the one that's even more concerning. It's on the exact type of cable, but I think that one has less, like, connect and disconnect cycles. That's the other thing, too. You only have a handful of attempts at disconnecting the cable. And you know, someone like me who reviews graphics cards, I gotta take the graphics card out, I gotta swap the cables, I have to disconnect and reconnect and disconnect and reconnect the power cables. That, changing that cycle every time, you're going to degrade the capability of the cable every single time you disconnect the cable, because every time you disconnect the cable, you scrape off some of the tin, some of the metal on this connector, and you also scrape off some of it on the actual GPU itself. So every time you do this connect and disconnect cycle, you are weakening the structural integrity of the cable and the graphics card's connector itself. Because remember, guys, this cable is not designed to be plugged again and again like a USB-C cable charging a phone, or a AC wall outlet adapter that plugs into an outlet. Like, this is not designed to be cycled again and again with all these plug and unplug cycles. So this is really bad for reviewers, to be honest, because like tech reviewers, they cycle these cables a lot. Like, you don't believe me? Go look at the video from OCTV, the guy from the UK, Tiny Tim Logan. He did a video about this, and he himself found that his cable was defective because he had like disconnect, reconnect so many times that swapping GPUs out, that he found that it had uneven current load, just like what I'm seeing on mine. So this is the reason why when I do reviews for CPUs, I review the CPUs using an XTX. I use an XTX to avoid having to swap the 4090 in and out with all these different computers. You see what I'm saying? So this is one of the reasons why, this is the primary reason why I choose to do my CPU benchmark comparison videos using the 7900 XTX. Because I have probably disconnected and reconnected the 8-pin connectors maybe like 30, 50 times on the exact same power supply. And the power supply is like 9 years old, and I've never had any of these problems. So, yeah, like this is such a bad design on so many levels. It's not built for, it's not a robust design. It's not a safe design. It's so finicky. It's so unreliable. You basically have to plug it in and never unplug it and hope that it's fine and not defective from the factory, or doesn't have lousy cable variants where you have uneven load distribution, because there's really nothing you can do about it except buy another cable, you know? So very, very annoying overall. But it's really only a problem for the high wattage GPUs. And the ironic thing is this cable was designed for high wattage GPUs. How do I feel about cable mod cables? I've never used them. I've never used any custom cables. All my cables are the official cables that come with the power supply. like this Corsair. I mean, this is the official Corsair cable. Like, I only use the official Corsair cable. And when it comes to like non 12 volt high power, if we're talking like regular 8-pin, I just use the bone stock cables that came with the power supply. That's it. So that's how I operate. So yeah, power consumption on this GPU. We probably need to move off of talking about the 5070 Ti because we've already been streaming for 90 minutes and we've kind of like moved past this. But anyway, the gaming power consumption is 292 watts. So very similar to the 4080 and the 4080 Super. Basically the same power, same performance, same everything. Same price for a lot of the models. So yeah, kind of underwhelming. But you don't have to worry about the connector melting because it's not pulling enough power. So this one's probably fine. Ray tracing doesn't do anything. Okay, maximum Furmark 305. I mean, that's whatever. So power consumption is not a problem with this guy. 353 watts on Furmark. That's still within safe margin. None of those pins are going to be pulling like 9 plus amps at this wattage. So that is totally fine. Value in conclusion. Okay, let's see what they said. Pallet was unable to provide any pricing. However, we expected to sell for around $1,000. This estimate is based on the price point for other 5070 Ti cards. So, what did they say for the good things? Good performance gains. It's plus 30% over 4070 Ti. It matches an XTX in raster. It's faster than the XTX in RT. It has the DLSS 4-frame gen. It has the new transformer upscale. It's quiet. It has very low temperatures. Fantastic overclocking. Overclocked out of the box. Highly energy efficient. Idle fan stop. Support for HDMI 2.1 and DisplayPort 2.1. Oh, this card has dual BIOS. Okay, that is the first thing on here that I actually consider like, okay, that's actually a real good thing. This other stuff is like whatever. Everyone else does this. So dual BIOS, PCI 5.0, and then it's got the good hardware decode, hardware, all this stuff. One thing about this though is the 5070 Ti, it removes the second encoder. So the 5080 and the 5090 have the dual encode. This doesn't have that. This only has the single encode decode. So that's something to keep in mind. Negatives. Huge price increase over MSRP. No significant difference between the dual BIOS choices. You know, this is like, okay, I mean, yeah, it'd be nice if one of them was like a quiet mode with the lower power limit or whatever, or an overclock mode, whatever. But this is more of like if you want to flash a BIOS and you brick the BIOS, you still have a failsafe. You can fall back to the other one. High idle multi-monitor video playback power consumption. Memory overclocking. What this means, for those that don't know what this means if you're somebody like me who runs multi-monitors that have different resolutions and or different refresh rates. Like, for example, I have a 240 hertz OLED, and then I have like dual 1440, 144 hertz TN panels on the sides of it. So I have 3 different monitors. One is 4K, the other 2 are 1440. The 4K is a 240 hertz. The 1440s are 144 hertz. So that is considered a multi-monitor mixed resolution and mixed timing setup. That is going to cause high idle power when using multi-monitor. So that is what this negative is about. Memory overclocking, artificially limited by the driver. And what this means, the way you know if you're experiencing this without having any monitoring tools, you simply look at your GPU, and if you see the fan spinning while the computer is doing absolutely nothing, you're running into the high idle multi-monitor thing. So that's what that is. Memory overclocking artificially limited by the driver. This is another reason why, going back to this, one more thing about this. This is why I don't like idle fan stop. I despise idle fan stop. The GPU fans should run all the time, as far as I'm concerned. Because what happens is if you're doing high idle multi-monitor power consumption, the GPU fan will spin up, then it will stop. Then it will spin up again, then it will stop. Then it will spin again, and then it will stop. Then it'll spin, and it'll stop. It spins to cool it down, then it stops, then it heats up, then it cools down. It's like someone's running the AC again and again and again, and I don't think that's good for the fans on the GPU's longevity, because it's constantly like starting the fans, stopping the fans, starting the fans, stopping the fans. Start that spike in voltage to get the fans to jolt up and spin, and then stop. Then spike them with voltage again to get them to spin, and then stop. That is not good for the fans long term. So the whole idle fan stop thing is a joke, and this should not be a thing. Like, if a GPU says it has idle fan stop, I consider that a negative. So if I was reviewing it in an idle fan stop, I put that in the negative category, or I just wouldn't even mention it at all. I don't consider this a positive. This is like a negative. Because it's going to actually like mess up the fans long term if you're running multi-monitor with, different display refresh rates. So unless you're running like triple 60 hertz 1080p, from like 2011, then it's not gonna do that. But if you're running like high-end 4K displays or OLEDs or whatever, nah, it's gonna be doing the spin up, spin down, spin up, spin down. Like, it's gonna constantly be doing that. So this typically requires running a custom fan curve. And the problem for NVIDIA is you can't do a custom fan curve on NVIDIA graphics card without downloading a third-party tool. Now, it's less of a problem on AMD because AMD lets you tune the fan curve straight in their driver. Like, you can literally customize it right there in the driver. But it's more of a problem with NVIDIA because you have to use like Afterburner or whatever, and if you don't run Afterburner, then you don't get the benefit of the custom fan curve. So it's kind of annoying. So yeah, this is actually a really, really bad negative. Combined with idle fan stop, this is probably the worst negative thing about the 50 series cards. So yeah, memory overclocking artificially limited by the driver. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's more of like because it's GDDR7 and the yields are really bad, so it doesn't have a lot of overclocking headroom. That's probably why this is the way it is. But yeah, I consider a lot of that like really bad negatives. So let's see, performance. Hold on, what do they have here? So okay. The memory system is identical. It uses this. So the frequency on the VRAM is slower than the 5080. They're using the 28 gigabit per second versus the 30 gigabit per second. So that's another thing. It has, okay, nothing's different there. Nothing's different there. So it says here, we upgrade our test system in preparation for this new wave of GPUs. Now we use the outstanding Ryzen 7 9800X3D. We've updated to Windows 11 24H2. Okay, at 4K with pure rasterization, we measured a 28% performance uplift over the 4070 Ti. 28%, pretty good. Okay, not as big as the 5090, which did 36% faster than 4090. Definitely better. It's better than the 5080, which was only 15% faster than the 4080. So the 5080 so far is offering the worst generational uplift out of these three graphics cards. The 5090 provides the biggest uplift compared directly to the 4090, And then the 5070 Ti is offering 28% uplift over the 4070 Ti. So that's mediocre, that's underwhelming, but it is still better than the measly 15% on the 5080. So just like with 5090, NVIDIA achieves their twice the performance every second generation, which means the 5070 Ti is twice as fast as the 3070 Ti. And this is the reason why we said at the beginning of the stream that the 3070 Ti owners are the people that will end up buying a 5070 Ti, or anyone who's on an older graphics card up to 3070 Ti. They will be the ones that will buy these and pay the exorbitant prices, because most of them paid a very high price for the 3070 Ti during the dark times, and as a result, they are already classically conditioned into accepting the reality of paying way more money for a 70 class graphics card. So they will totally buy not all of them, but a lot of them will totally buy the 5070 Ti. I can see it now. Okay, this means that the 5070 Ti matches the 4080 and AMD's current flagship, the 7900 XTX. This is impressive. NVIDIA's third card in the lineup competes with AMD's previous best card, and this is with pure rasterization. Once you turn on ray tracing, it pulls away. So see, again, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I think the 5070 Ti, a lot of the reviewers are really saying it's very, very bad. At the end of the day, I don't actually think it's that bad. It's priced very bad, but it's underwhelming, but it is not terrible. That's the way I see it. The fact that it is able to tie the XTX and the 4080, but it's also priced kind of the same as those cards, based off of the prices that we've seen from all the AIBs, and that kind of like ruins any sort of positive spin that you could put on this thing. I mean, technically, it's basically 4080. It's just 4080 like rebadge. You can look at it that way with multi-frame gen. That's another way to look at it, because it's like, same VRAM, same price, same performance, basically same everything as a 4080. Except now, if you buy one of these, it's like, yeah, you're getting effectively a 4080 in terms of the performance, but it's not called an 80, so you're basically still considered like a mid-range. So it's like, who wants to spend that much money for a 70 Ti, knowing that everyone's going to call it a 70 Ti, even if it performs as good as 4080? You know what I'm saying? It's more of those, like, it's just really weird. It's like a really weird product to purchase. But it's not terrible. So medium size overclock, blah, 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 is very decent. Okay, so they say that it is the 5070 Ti is a very decent, okay, it's very decent, not decent, it's very decent for gaming at 4K. It's not a fire and forget solution. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely not what I would consider the best choice for 4K. There are several titles that run less than 60 FPS when maxed out without RT and upscaling. I'd say 5080 is a better choice for demanding 4K gaming, but considering the price differences, I think lowering details slightly or using upscaling / frame gen is a very reasonable approach. See, again, if you buy a 70 class graphics card, you must embrace frame gen. You must accept frame gen as your reality for the next 3 to 5 years, because the 70 Ti is going to basically depend on that multi-frame gen technology to have any sort of staying power and relevancy throughout this generation. However, for 1440p, it's a different story. The 1440p resolution, the 5070 Ti is awesome. Here, it can achieve excellent frame rates and will be able to drive high refresh rate displays very well. Yeah, I agree. This is not what I would consider a good choice long-term for 4K. However, for 1440p, I think this GPU is good. I think for 1440p, if someone were to ask me, like, what GPU should I get? I have a 1440p monitor, or I'm currently going to go to a 1440p monitor. What should I get? I would probably tell them 5070 Ti. If you can find one at MSRP, $750, 16 gigs VRAM, multi-frame gen, all that stuff. Transform model, all that NVIDIA, whatever. All the NVIDIA Kool-Aid that you want to drink. There you go. 5070 Ti. 1440p equals 5070 Ti. In my mind, that's how I see it. So then it has all this ray tracing stuff. That's cool, whatever. VRAM, we know it has like 16 gigs. That's good because the 4070 Ti was kind of DOA, launching with 8 for like $800. It's like, really? Wow. Okay, so upscale frame gen. Yeah, we know. So this is all kind of like carryover from like the previous reviews from the 5080. So, and the noise levels are good because it's not as high wattage. It's like 300 watts, somewhere around there. So that's basically the gist of it. PCI 5.0, whatever. You have a new motherboard with PCI 5.0. You can finally look at GPU Z and marvel at the fact that it says Gen 5 capable, running at Gen 5 speed, so stuff like that. So finally, the graphics card matches the motherboard's capability at long last. And then the power consumption's fine. So overclocking's fine, whatever. So yeah, okay. Let's talk about pricing and alternatives. Because I think this is where it really gets hurt. NVIDIA's MSRP for this card is $750, which is very reasonable for the performance you're getting. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that statement. Actually, the MSRP is $50 lower than the $800 starting price of 4070 Ti when it launched and the 4070 Ti Super. There has been lots of controversy about fake MSRPs. They're just straight up fake. And this has been going on for years now, so do expect higher prices. The primary driver for this is supply and demand. Okay, so apparently if people really, really want 50 series, who here really, really wants 50 series? Who, especially like 70 class 50 series? Who here is ready to bend over backwards to get a 5070 Ti? Anyone? You want a 5090? Despite all the things we've talked about with the cable issues, you still want a 5090? No. Mark's saying no. Wait, NVIDIA has also failed their 2x every 2. Only the 5090. Are you sure? No, I think this card succeeded. Didn't Tech Power Up say that this card was twice as fast as 3070 Ti? I think this card's twice as fast. I think they succeeded with this one. 5080, I think, failed, but 5070 Ti passed. You want 50 series if the price is right? And the connector doesn't melt? How are you going to ensure that the connector doesn't melt? Are you going to buy a clamp meter? The fact that people need to own clamp meters if they're going to be 5090 owners is kind of concerning. Unless you have an Asus Astral. Like, the only people who don't need the clamp meter are people who have the Astral. Everyone else who wants a 5090, or let's say this, anyone who is going to have a 5090, and it's not going to be the Astral, or they refuse to run Asus's monitoring software, they should have a clamp meter. They should have a clamp meter, current clamp meter. because that's the only way to have peace of mind. The fact that my Corsair cable is already bad and I've only had it for, I think, like 2 years is very concerning. And I don't think I disconnected it and reconnected that often. I think I probably only connected it like 5 times in 2 years. And it's already defective? Or it's like, not, I won't say it's defective because it works, but it is already kind of compromised. Is very concerning. So we'll see more about that when we test with 3090 Ti. What are you going to do if the connector does melt? Like, how are you going to handle that situation? See, like, here's the thing. The people who want 5090s, they better have their contingency plan in place on how they're going to handle a scenario where the connector melts. Like, or it catches fire. You know, like, do you have a fire hydrant ready? And also, do you have a current clamp meter to periodically measure it like once a month or something? Or like once every 2 months? Or at least, I would say once a quarter. So, yeah, I don't know. Does anybody know? Does nvidia honor the warranty on those? Or do they consider that customer-induced damage due to misuse? You know, because that's going to be very hard to prove in the customer's favor. Especially against nvidia. It would be easier for an AIB to accept it. It would be less... nvidia, I think, would be less willing to accept a melted Founders Edition. So, hence the reason why the guy who had that melt sold it to Gamers Nexus. Because he probably had pushback from nvidia not wanting to deal with the RMA. So they probably blamed him for customer-induced damage. So they call it CID in the RMA world. Customer-induced damage. So they're probably like, nope, customer-induced damage. You messed it up. That's on you. Now give us $2,000 more for another one. That's pretty much how nvidia operates, guys. Now, the AIBs are more lenient. The AIBs are definitely more lenient. You knew of a person that had a melted cable on the FE and got denied. Yeah, see? Exactly. All I can say is good luck dealing with nvidia. Guys, you forget something. Remember how rich nvidia is as a company, how high their stock valuation is. You really think they care to deal with someone? They automatically assume the blame is on the customer, first of all. So, you do a chargeback, good luck with Best Buy if you do that, especially after, like, you've had the card for, like, half a year or whatever. That's weird. That's going to look really weird, because, again, that won't be a headache for nvidia to deal with. That'll be on Best Buy, because Best Buy is the one that sells the 5090 FE. So, yeah. Okay, good luck with that. I really think the Astral is the only one that is, like, worth considering at this point. So let's put it this way. I personally will never buy the 5090 until I see two things happen. One of two things need to happen. A, nvidia needs to revise the PCB design to either include the additional circuitry that the 30 series had. If they do not do that, I will never buy the Founders Edition. It's that simple. Because I'm not going to deal with the possibility of this melted connector. The fact that it was so frequently happening on 4090s, a card that only pulled 450 watts, now you add another 125 watts, 575 watt TDP. All you're doing is increasing the probability of a melted connector, because there's no way for the GPU to balance the current draw across those pins. There's no way for it to do it. It's impossible. It is physically impossible with the current design. And that is the reason why I will never waste my money on a 5090 graphics card until nvidia addresses that problem with a new revised PCB, or the price on stuff like the Astral falls lower, or another AIB decides to make a revised edition that has the additional circuitry. Then I will consider buying the AIB card that has the additional circuitry. So, but I personally think NVIDIA is not going to do anything with this. They're just going to let it go, whatever. Customer induced damage, give us 2,000 more bucks, buy another one. Sorry. Hope that doesn't happen again. Like that's going to be their policy. But the AIBs can totally fix this and add more value. Like at least Asus was acknowledging, "Hey guys, there is a problem here, so we're going to put some monitoring resistors or not resistors, we're going to put some monitoring diodes to show you if you're overdrawing on the current." At least Asus was like, "Okay, we're going to put something here because I don't really trust this. This thing is very sus. So we may not be able to control the current, but at least we can warn you." So yeah, no, I never had a 5090. So 575 watt goes into the room regardless. Yeah, so it just goes into the card regardless. It's going to go through the wires somehow. It's going to go through there, whatever. Monitoring the current is not a fix, but at least it is more than doing nothing. It's better to have something to monitor it rather than literally be completely blind and, in the dark on what could possibly go wrong. Because that card shouldn't be used for gaming in the current condition. Because unless you're okay with 30-minute max gaming sessions, I don't really see that card being used as a gaming card. But anyway, for 5070 Ti, highly recommended, but expensive. So, yeah. So it did get highly recommended. It didn't get any Editor's Choice Award from Tech Power, but it did get the highly recommended. And I would say, for 1440p, yeah, I can see why they would say highly recommended. 4K, not so much, but it's expensive across the board. So that hurts the value proposition. And that is the 5070 Ti in a nutshell. So, let's see. Do we have time to talk? Okay, we're already 2 hours. Wow. Let's see. There was an article here. So, NVIDIA GeForce 5070 Ti restocking may take up to 6 weeks at a UK retailer. So 6 weeks. That's like a month and a half, just about. GeForce RTX 5080 and 5090 still struggle with availability. Remember what I said? I said April. I said we will not see these cards, especially the 5090. We will not see these in regular inventory levels until starting in April. So we're still 2 months away from seeing supply of these start normalizing. And even then, it's not going to be what I would consider normal supply. It'll just be, you'll see them more frequently starting in April. So, okay, so it looks like 5070 Ti quickly sold out at Overclockers UK and will take 2 to 6 weeks to restock. No signs of flagship GPUs yet. So yeah, like I told you guys, there's a bunch of people out there who have a 3070 Ti or older GPU, and they were thrilled when they saw 5070 Ti being twice the performance of a 3070 Ti. So to them, this is great value because they probably overpaid on their 3070 Ti, so they feel like they're literally paying the same amount of money again, only now they're upgrading to twice the performance. So 5070 Ti seems like it is a better value proposition. Yes, you're right. It is a better proposition than the 5080. The 5080 is actually the worst proposition out of the 3 cards. So there's 3 big negative things about all 3 of these cards. The 5070 Ti, the problem is the marked up MSRP. The 5080 is just straight up bad. The 5090 is too much high power consumption to the point where you're constantly worrying about the potential of a melted connector. And those are the three problems. You know, like one of them has a bad price, one of them is just straight up bad, and then one of them is too much electricity. So, I mean, those are the problems. That's basically 50 series right now. One of them is good, but it's priced bad. One of them is just straight up awful value. And one of them uses too much electricity, but it actually brings the performance numbers. So it's like, and it's over MSRP. So, you know, that, and you can't buy one. So that's where we're at with 50 series. That's basically the summary of the current status on RTX 50 series. No, that's not what double encoder is. Double encoder means you have a second media block that allows you to basically encode like more than one thing at a time. So, and most people aren't going to leverage that. You know, only someone who's doing like production work is going to actually need that. So, no, that's not really an issue. So that's just something I wanted to point out because it is different. There's a difference there. It only has one encoder. Yeah, that's basically this article. So the next one, what else we got here? GeForce 5070 Ti AIBs listed by Micro Center. Prices going as high as $1,000. Okay, that's true. Now there is a PNY for 750. PNY is probably the one to get then. I think there's also the Asus Prime. There should be two. Oh, actually, no, never mind. The Prime is 900, so, okay, that's, no. So, it looks like PNY is the only one worth getting right now because it's priced at MSRP. And the other thing, too, is the PNY has the 3 fingers, so it's actually the best one, or it's above average compared to a lot of these other ones that only have 2 fingers. But I don't see why this GPU, well, 300 watts. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's good. PNY is a good one. So, like, if I was absolutely going to get one of these, I would get the PNY because it's 750. It's exactly the MSRP. So, yeah, that would be the one to get. All these other ones, these guys are crazy. Charging $1,000 for a 5070 Ti, you know, like, I don't care if it's factory overclocked. It's, you know, that's whatever. Like, you're adding like 2% performance uplift probably. So it's not worth that much more money. Yeah, maybe the laptops will be good. I don't know. It's funny you mentioned the laptops because, yeah, we are going to pivot here in a little bit and start talking about the mobile stuff. Because I honestly think mobile is far more interesting this year compared to, and it was actually very interesting last year. But I think mobile is where it's at. Like for enthusiast stuff, it's not desktop. That's clear. Desktop is a fail this year, at least as far as GPUs go. So far, we haven't really seen any, like, oh, this GPU is so amazing. Like, we have not been wowed by any of these 50 series cards. Like, all of them have had some sort of severe drawback that makes you think twice before purchasing one. Whereas with the mobile space, there's a lot of interesting stuff that's going on. Like, all the innovation is in the mobile space. And it's really cool to see, you know, the x86 companies, meaning AMD and Intel, put out designs that are capable of competing directly against Apple. And on the flip side of that, you see ARM-based devices from Qualcomm, aka the Snapdragon Elite series, enter into the Windows operating system space. So you basically have the x86 trying to invade into Apple's territory, and then although they can't, it's like mixed success because Apple still controls that ecosystem. The hardware and software is basically all like fully integrated, but they're at least trying to invade into the customer base that Apple has basically cultivated for years and years and years now for multiple generations. And you have Qualcomm going into invading into x86 space with Snapdragon into the Windows environment. So you have some really interesting stuff going on in the mobile space that you don't see happening in the discrete desktop space. So if you're really enthusiastic about hardware, you really want to be looking at mobile, because there's going to be a lot of interesting mobile stuff that comes out this year, and starting with the AMD Ryzen AI Max and the AI Max Plus. So anytime you see AI Max, you know that AI Max equals Strix Halo. And this thing, like if I was gonna give like a hardware awards of 2025, currently this is my top choice in terms of the most innovative thing I've seen to come out from any of these chip design companies. I think Strix Halo is the most unique thing that we have seen. Finally, an x86 chip designer, aka AMD, I mean, it could be Intel, but in this case it's AMD, has designed something that is not a game console, but it uses a unified memory architecture, which means the graphics system and the CPU system share the exact same pool of memory. This is not unlike Apple, and this is very similar to the gaming consoles. And this is the reason why the consoles get an efficiency bonus, in the sense that the games are better capable of leveraging the hardware to its fullest potential compared to what you see in a discrete desktop solution. Because with the let me see, what did I want to show here? Where is this? Okay, so here why is it not showing it? Oh, because it's on this window. So here, if we look at this, on the left, you have the traditional memory architecture. So you've got the CPU, and we'll go back to that in a second. The CPU, the RAM, up to 128 gigabytes of RAM. And then you have the PCIe interface that connects the GPU and the system memory subsystem to the discrete graphics card and its memory system, in this case the VRAM. So your traditional, think of like a desktop PC or even a laptop that uses a discrete graphics card. So think of it like a workstation, desktop replacement laptop, or a gaming laptop, or a desktop that has a standard discrete graphics card. You have your VRAM and you have your system RAM. Now, AMD has come up with something that is way more similar to the Apple system, where it's using a unified memory architecture. So you now have a single pool of memory up to 128 gigabytes of system RAM that also functions as the memory for the graphics component, as well as the AI processor, which they also include as well. So, you've got Zen 5 cores, so you have the latest CPU architecture combined with the XDNA2, that's their neural processing unit, so that's the thing for like the Copilot Plus and local AI that actually leverages this. But currently stuff like LLM Studio and those things, they don't actually use the NPU, at least as far as I understand, they don't do that. Instead, they use the GPU, because the GPU is way higher in the TOPS compute compared to the standard NPU. So the unified memory gives them some efficiency bonus here, because they don't have to traverse the PCIe bus every single time they need to do a graphics operation. So instead of having, the CPU busy and the GPU busy, there's going to be a lot less of that. There's way less latency when you have a unified memory architecture. And this is the reason why consoles have significantly lower spec hardware compared to PCs, but they can still perform with certain expected levels of performance for any given game because of this unified memory architecture. And the other thing too, you look at Apple. Apple is so much more energy efficient than any of the x86 designs. And one of the advantages that they've held is the unified memory architecture. Now, Apple wasn't always like this, but they made this transition a long time ago now. Well, a long time is like 5 years in the technology world. But, they're benefiting from that in so many ways. So it is very interesting to see AMD come out with their own unified, we'll call it their Apple-like design, which is able to get way better battery life for the amount of compute that is on tap here. So I am like super enthusiastic about getting one of these type of machines in later this year, because I have not seen a unified memory architecture system that runs like Windows. And I don't even think I'm aware of one. That maybe there was one like decades ago. Maybe Intel did one a long time ago. Intel's Lunar Lake is also similar to this, but the difference between Lunar Lake and Strix Halo, aka Ryzen AI Max, is Lunar Lake is meant for like very low power, very small, thin, ultrabook. The sort of laptops that go on airplanes. They're not meant to be used for gaming. They're not meant to be put in like a really thick laptop that weighs like a bowling ball. It's not meant for that. Lunar Lake is meant for like a thin and light travel companion, that sort of laptop. I call them airplane laptops or airport laptops. They're the ones that have like only USB-C charging, and you can literally charge them up with your phone charger or something. So that's basically what Lunar Lake is. And then AMD took the opposite approach, where Intel went with like really like super efficient, low power, meant for like a thin and light. AMD made this robust, ginormous unified memory architecture Strix Halo thing, which can scale all the way down to like a 45-watt gaming laptop. Although technically, we'll just say a gaming laptop is like 45-watt TDP, 55-watt TDP, all the way up to like a 120-watt desktop using a unified memory. So kind of like, think of it like Strix Halo is capable of going toe-to-toe with Apple's M4 Pro and M4 Max, while also being able to scale all the way up to a desktop to compete with like an Apple Pro. So really, really interesting stuff. I have no idea like what was the driving factor behind like why AMD wanted to make something like this. Did they literally just want to make something that could compete with Apple? Or they wanted to like, it's like, hey guys, what if we like make something that can basically, it's meant for Windows and AI stuff, but you can see some of the inspiration from Apple and also AMD's custom silicon work with the console providers, namely Sony and Microsoft. So yeah, this is really, really cool. This is probably the most like hyped thing that I have seen come out of the PC enthusiast space in a very long time. So overall, like this is the full lineup for Strix Halo. So the product stack, the flagship is going to be the AMD Ryzen AI Max Plus Pro. So this is a 16-core, 32-thread. So, it's equal in cores and thread counts to a 9950X. But this thing can scale all the way down to 45 watts, or it can go all the way up to 120 watts.
I am literally tired about the hassle of getting the card and getting ridiculed for getting the best card 2 gens in a row. I am not sure if I still want to insist on launch day purchase next general.
Ridiculed for getting the best card 2 gens in a row. Wait, who? Why would you get ridiculed for getting the 4090 when it came out? Because I remember when 4090 launched, it was hard to get one, but I don't think anybody was complaining. like I mean, you got to understand with the 5090, there's a lot of reasons why people are complaining. Obviously, the stock, the really, really low inventory problems, the power connector problems, the fact that it uses significantly higher electricity than the 4090. You know, there's a lot of stuff to unpack there. But I don't remember anybody complaining about 4090 when that came out. I mean, I totally understand the people that are complaining about it melted the connectors. Yeah, but it wasn't as it wasn't like as it did happen, but I don't think it was as easy. I feel like it's much easier to melt the connector with a 5090 than a 4090 because the 5090 pulls more power. So if you have uneven load on your your 12 volt pins, then it's going to go sideways really quick on a 5090 compared to a 4090. 4090 it'll take longer to manifest as a problem because the 4090, unless it's overclocked, it's not really going to be noticeable, at least not for the first couple of months, because it wasn't as prevalent. Well, the thing is, it's hard to say. Okay, here's the thing. Think of it like this: the 4090 had a lot more volume. A lot of people got one, and then you started getting reports of the melted connectors. The 5090, very few people have one, and already there's multiple melted connectors. In fact, like Derbauer did a video showing, how I've seen 2 YouTubers already show like bad cable problems, and the 5090 proved that they had bad cables very easily. Tiny Tim Logan from the UK, he had to change his cable because he noticed with the clamp meter he was pulling like uneven current on his 5090. Same thing with Derbauer. Derbauer was probably the first one to put out that video where he showed, he even had the thermal camera showing how hot the 2 wires were. One of them was pulling like 10 plus amps or something, or 20 amps or 15 amps or something. It's like some ridiculously high number. So you wouldn't really see that on a 4090, at least not as easily, not without overclocking, because it's only pulling at max 450 watts. That means you're really pushing it. Because remember, the 4090, you have the 4090, so you remember, the 4090 doesn't always pull 450 watts. Like, you really have to push it to actually get to that number. So I would imagine most people that run 4090 at stock, and if they're capping the frame rate for, G-Sync, FreeSync reasons, they're less likely to overdraw beyond even 400 watts on a 4090. So they're less likely to encounter the problem. Meanwhile, the 5090 regularly pulls above 450 watts. In a lot of cases, it's over 500, 510 watts, 560 watts. So it can pull a lot more power, and that higher power means that it's going to have higher current draw. And that means if your cable is compromised in any particular way, things are going to go sideways very quickly because the current is going to become uneven very, very easily due to the resistive changes on the wires. So any sort of weak point on that cable is a potential hazard for the cable melting. And that coupled with the fact that the 5090 pulls significantly higher wattage than the 4090 only causes the problem to happen far more frequently and far more quickly than with the 4090. And the fact that so few people have a 5090 and there are already multiple reports of the melted connector is very concerning. So I don't know, maybe the supply shortage is a blessing in disguise because the fact that less people have access to one means that there's less likelihood for more cable connectors or more fire hazards. So, and maybe NVIDIA's considering, I hope they are, maybe NVIDIA's considering refreshing the board design with another revision, and I really, really want them to do that. But I don't know. Only time will tell what ends up happening. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't blame you for getting the 5090. I mean, if you were able to get the 5090, that's great. The fact that you got the Astral though is probably the most like that in itself. Getting the Astral, I think, was the true win here because at least you have the ability for the graphics card to alert you or at least show you in real time the current draw. Like all the other 5090s can't even do that. So to me, that's already like way ahead of the average curve for people that actually have 5090s. So yeah, like let's put it this way: if I had the Astral, if I was in your position, I had the Astral, like I wouldn't be too worried about it because at least you can clearly see if your cable's good or bad. The others, you're basically in the dark. You basically have to go buy a clamp meter. You got to have a clamp meter. And you have to have the type of cable that has the individual 6-pin wires so you can clamp each wire individually. So yeah, no, I think if I were you, I wouldn't worry too much about it. People complaining, but because you have the Astral, so it's like, okay, at least you have monitoring. No one else has monitoring. So and that's way more convenient than having to use the clamp meter. So yeah. But hey, on the bright side, you'll be able to play Monster Hunter Wilds with the best possible hardware in a couple of weeks because Monster Hunter Wilds is insanely hard to run. And Monster Hunter Wilds is so hard to run that I don't even think the 5090 pulls 500 watts in that game. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think it pulls like probably 400 something. So, yeah, we'll talk about the game stuff in a little bit here, but just to close out this on the mobile side. So I really want to see some good workstation desktop replacement laptops come out this year with the Ryzen AI Max or Max Pro. So the flagship is the Max Pro. This is the one that has the 40 compute units for the integrated graphics. So all of them have the exact same 50 top NPU. So all of them are Copilot Plus certified. So they're all the latest and greatest for the AI stuff, the XDNA2, and then they all have, decently good integrated graphics, especially the flagship. That 40 compute unit, this thing can max Final Fantasy 14, the MMO, max settings at 1080p. And man, I really want a desktop replacement laptop that either has like a 1440p screen, or if they stick one of these in a 14-inch, give me a 1080p or a 1200p 16x10 screen with a Ryzen AI Max Plus, because that would be insane. Stick a 100 watt, 100 watt hour battery in there. Dude, that's like end game laptop right there. It'll also be relatively thin and light. You can see TDP this thing down to like 45 watts. This thing is a beast, man. Like, this is the closest I have ever seen a Windows x86 based platform get within striking distance of Apple. Like, this is the only platform that can strike Apple and actually strike out some wins against Apple in efficiency and performance numbers. So very, very cool stuff. This is the one thing that I'm actually kind of hyped about for this year. Like all the other stuff, the 50 series is basically, to me, the 50 series is kind of underwhelming this year. Obviously, AMD has the 9950X3D coming out next month. I think it's going to launch on the same day as the 9070 XT. I don't see why AMD needs to do separate launches, but maybe they will. Probably because they'll make it easier for reviewers and consumers to digest all the products. But I think we're going to see... I think there's going to be an announcement on the day Monster Hunter comes out. So when Monster Hunter comes out, we're going to get the lowdown on 9070 XT. And then I think in the first half of March, I think in the first or second week of March, we have 9950 X3D and 9900 X3D launching on desktop. So the final desktop CPUs to complete the Zen 5 upgrade cycle on desktop, discrete desktops, will be complete next month. So if you're someone who's been waiting to upgrade to Zen 5 and you've been waiting for X3D plus high core count, aka Ryzen 9 X3D, it is coming very soon. However, if you're someone who's also thinking about getting like a laptop this year, oh man, you are going to want to wait until the summer. July and the second half of this year, we are going to see some insane laptops. That these are going to be like the coolest Windows laptops that have ever existed. Think of it like being able to get a device that is as capable as Apple Silicon, yet it runs Windows natively. And it doesn't disappoint in the same way that Qualcomm Snapdragon disappoints because it has to leverage emulation for Windows features. So for x86 compatibility. So think of it like that. So I think once we start seeing the OEM designs from Dell, HP, currently the only products that exist today with these CPUs are the Asus, what is it, the Flow something, Z13 Flow or whatever, which is not really a laptop. It's more like a convertible hybrid tablet thing. And then there's also the HP. HP is putting out a laptop. But I can't wait to see Lenovo put out some ThinkPads with Ryzen AI Max. Man, all they need to do is put the Ryzen AI Max Plus Pro in a ThinkPad P16 or a P16V or a P14S. It's very simple. If AMD wants to sell a boatload of these, and if Lenovo wants to sell a whole bunch of these to their business customers, all they got to do, stick these in the Lenovo P series ThinkPads. I will buy one day one. I will literally buy one day one to upgrade my computer, like my big laptop, my workstation or my desktop replacement laptop, which is currently a ThinkPad P15V Gen 3. I totally want one of these in a high-end ThinkPad. Like, I can't wait. But I think this stuff is coming out in the second half. Arnold with the sub. Thanks for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Lenovo still hasn't dropped anything above Strix point. Yeah, because they're slated for second half. That's why. So yeah. So you will be waiting until July. I expect we'll probably see a huge batch of product designs during Computex in the summer in Taiwan. That's when you'll see a lot of those designs with Strix Halo show up, and then they'll go on sale like in the second half of the year. So around the holiday season, it's still a ways off, which is unfortunate, but that's just how these things go. So, but yeah, man, the Ryzen AI Max Plus Pro and the Max Pro, this stuff is like the most hyped I've been for anything in the laptop space. Last year was interesting because you had Qualcomm enter the Windows space with ARM, with the Snapdragon Elite and the X Elite, and then you had AMD launch Strix Point, which was also really cool. And then Intel did Lunar Lake. It got delayed a couple times, but they finally got it out. And yeah, Intel's pretty cool too. Like Lunar Lake and Strix Halo are probably the coolest things to come from Intel and AMD in a long time. The difference is Lunar Lake is cool if you're someone who really just wants like a super thin and light travel companion laptop. Strix Halo is where it's at if you're a true enthusiast, man. This thing, 128 gigabytes of unified memory. You can literally provision this thing to give you 96 gigabytes of VRAM. 96 gigabytes of VRAM. Think about that for a second. You can't do that with any discrete graphics card. There's no single graphics card, even in the professional space, currently, that has 96 gigabytes of VRAM. But this thing has it. So it has that capability. So that right there is another thing about it that is super cool. So anyway, let's pivot again here. And let's talk about the let me see. Yeah, this one. Okay, here we go. AMD Ryzen 9 9950X3D. Let's talk about this briefly, and then we will start talking about some of the upcoming games and the system requirements, because we need to cover Monster Hunter. We need to, one more time before the launch, we also need to cover Assassin's Creed Shadows. And then I think it's like one other game. So, okay, Ryzen 9 9950X3D. This is for the people who want the desktop enthusiast CPU. This is going to be the absolute best desktop CPU, not counting the Ryzen AI Max, because there'll probably be a mini PC option for the Ryzen AI Max. But if you just straight up want the best processor that can do everything, it has like 32 threads, 16 cores, half of them have the V-cache, half of them don't. So what that means is you get the best. So like, think of it this way. You want to play a game like Baldur's Gate or an MMO or something like Monster Hunter, which is very, very CPU heavy. So you need the 3D cache. You have the 3D cache. You want to play a game like, let's say, Counter-Strike, or a game that doesn't really use the X3D to its full potential, yet it still benefits, but it really wants the high frequency. You just push it on the other CCD. It's very easy. If you want it to use the X3D V-cache, you say this is a game. You tell it this is a game. Then it will use the 3D V-cache when you boot up that game. If you want it to use the frequency cores, meaning non-X3D, you want the highest frequency, you want the 5.7 gigahertz boost, and then you can overclock on top of that, because this is not locked down. You tell the system, this is not a game. So you literally go in and you tell it, CS2 is not a game. So then what Windows will do, it will be like, okay, this is not a game. So we are going to push this to the non-3D V-cache. Then the game will run on the high frequency cores. It is that simple. So this thing is going to be the best choice. I will be buying this day one. This is a day one purchase for me. I will instantly be upgrading to this, although I haven't decided which motherboard I'm going to pair this up with. Currently, it's either going to be the Godlike or it's going to be the Hero.
You can now run DeepSeek full version 671B with a single 4090, but you need 382 gigabytes RAM and a 64-core processor.
Wait, so they made DeepSeek work with system RAM? So you just need that much system RAM? Hey, that means Threadripper can do that. Threadripper with the 4090 can run the full parameter model. Now, my Threadripper doesn't have that much RAM, but, Threadripper can do like 1 terabit of RAM, or 1 terabyte of RAM. 512 to 1 terabyte, easy. So, yeah, I mean, that's cool. Wait, so, yeah, Threadripper also is a 64-core variant. So, you basically, what you're saying is you need Threadripper plus 4090, and you can do the full DeepSeek. That's cool. I did not know that. I had no idea that that was how much RAM was needed. So, yeah, I will look into that too. I kind of wanted to do more AI content, although I don't know how much my audience cares about AI. I was thinking of doing one other follow-up video to the DeepSeek video that I showed on the channel, I think almost 2 weeks ago now. So, maybe we'll do something with Threadripper for that. Although I only have, man, mentioning 382 gigs of RAM though, now you make me feel like I have low RAM. Now I feel like 128 gigs of RAM is not enough because my Threadripper currently has 128 gigabytes. Now you're making me feel like I need to upgrade to 512 gigs of RAM. Samba Nova has DeepSeek full as well. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, we're talking about the cool thing though is the fact that you can run it locally. That's what's interesting. So, as long as you have the system requirements, you need 64 cores and 382 gigs of RAM. We'll call it 384. Yeah. Okay, well, now I feel like I have a very low-end Threadripper because my Threadripper only has 24 cores. It's only 24 cores, you know, like, oh, it's only 24, man. Yeah, 64 is where it's at, apparently. And I only have 128 gigs of RAM, and you need to have like 382. So apparently my Threadripper is already outdated and low end. Wow. Yeah, I know, right? You can never have too much RAM. All these people still haven't running like 32 gigs of RAM. All these people with like 2 sticks of 16. Oh, that's what I consider the bare minimum today. Yeah, but you know, like I think this is gonna be the one to get. So they did some comparisons here. So these are AMD's benchmarks. So we'll see when the full reviews come out. So on the left here at 100%, they have Intel's current flagship desktop CPU. This is the Intel Core i9 285K. So they tested 20 apps. These are all creativity apps. And so, you know, I think the reason why AMD did this is because you guys remember the Intel CPU. Basically, the takeaway was don't buy the Intel Core Ultra for gaming, but if you want to use it for productivity, it's good for productivity. Well, what this slide seems to showcase is that that whole narrative about buying the Core i9 or the Core, it's funny, they actually mislabeled it. They said Intel Core i9 285K. It's actually Intel Core Ultra 285K. So AMD like mistyped this. It's actually not a Core i9. But anyway, the point is, what this is showing is like, yeah, okay, Intel's pretty good in productivity apps, but the 9950X3D is even better. So it's like, okay. It's like in some of them, it's pretty much neck and neck. You know, like Cinebench is neck and neck. Blender 4.2.3, the Monster benchmark, it's like 3% faster. So it's single digit percentage on some of these. Geekbench is single digits, like 4% faster. And remember, Intel has some very beefy E-cores now. So AMD is competing against them with less physical cores. Because remember, Intel has 8 P-cores and 16 E-cores. And these are much beefier E-cores than the old ones on Raptor Lake. So the fact that AMD with 16 cores is able to beat 24 physical cores on an Intel is quite surprising here, considering the multi-thread advantage that those new E-cores provide Intel. Now, part of it is Intel kind of weakened their P-cores by removing the hyper-threading capability, which means technically from a pure thread count, AMD has an advantage because they have a full 32 thread. I call this Dragon Ball Z split form technique from the Saiyan saga. So think of it like, do you guys remember when Piccolo and Krillin fought Nappa? They did what they call tri-technique, but I think what was it? Like, I think it was the fight against Raditz or something. Piccolo did the split form technique where he made like 2 of himself, you know, his like after image, almost like the Naruto clone, the Jutsu technique. I think of it like that. That's basically SMT. So the 9950X3D can do a pluck of many, and basically like double up all the cores. You know, like one becomes two. So now they got like 32 Ryzen cores, you know, against the Intel, the big and the little cores. Tien's multi-form technique was the thing. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. So the 9950X3D basically has multi-form technique, whereas Intel no longer has multi-form. They used to. The P cores used to know how to do multi-form, but apparently they forgot. They don't know how to do that anymore. They have amnesia or something. So they lose thread count as a result of that. So it's technically 24 thread Intel versus 32 thread AMD. When you look at the physical structure, it's 8 plus 16, so 24 versus 16. So interesting comparisons here. So it's like, but you know, like that's Intel's best and this is AMD's best, so you got to do best versus best. This is the correct comparison. So they're showing that it's faster, and it's mostly faster because apps are designed to leverage hyper-threading and simultaneous multi-threading. It's just, I mean, hyper-threading from Intel has existed for so many generations of hardware now that it's, I can see it now. Intel's probably going to try to get developers from like Adobe to basically forget about optimizing for hyper-threading because Intel threw it away for whatever reason. So, because they're trying to be more like Apple. Who knows? Maybe AMD will do the same thing. Maybe AMD will get rid of SMT and follow Intel and Apple and just go, you know, no more multi-form. What you see is what you get. Like, that's it. No more split form technique. You know, no tri technique. That's it. One core is one core. One core is one thread. So maybe in the future AMD will do that. Maybe Zen 6 will do that. Because the current leaks are that Zen 6 will have a CCD with up to, I think, what was it? 12 cores? Yeah, 12 core on a single CCD means a Ryzen 9 could have 24 cores. You know, like the dual CCD could have 24 cores, which means a Threadripper, like a lower end Threadripper like mine, the successor to mine would be like a 48 core or maybe a 40 core or somewhere around there, 36 core or something like that. So depending on how they want to cut the CCDs or deactivate some of the cores or something for like, you know, product segmentation. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But yeah, it's about time that AMD got the core count up on the CCDs. So yeah. Yeah, and multi-threading is fine. Multi-threading is good. In general, it is better to have the feature than to not have the feature. So one of the things I don't like about the new Intel is there's no way to turn on hyper-threading. It's literally gone. It's literally gone from the CPU. There's no way to turn it on. You can't like mod it in. There's no way to do it. So it's physically gone from the CPU. So, I mean, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, we can test apps with it turned off. We can test apps with it turned on. In general, it's better to have it on than to have it off. So it's kind of weird how Intel completely moved away from it. But Intel's E-cores are pretty good now. So you can see that the Intel E-cores are pulling a lot of the weight this time around. Those P-cores are totally slacking. It's the E-cores where it's at on Intel. And that's the reason why Intel has a regression in gaming, because their P-cores are so lackluster this generation. And the P-cores were really the defining aspect of Intel's performance when it came to gaming performance. And multi-thread is dictated now by the E-cores performance on Intel. And those E-cores are putting up a pretty good fight against AMD. But AMD uses Tien's multi-form technique and ekes out a win, at least in these benchmarks. So AMD strikes back. This is going to be known as AMD strikes back with X3D on the Ryzen 9 flagship. So yeah, this for me is a day one buy. Like, I will totally be buying this. I've been waiting for this CPU for a while, so I will be getting this. Okay, so for For some extra gaming CPU, would you recommend 9900 X3D or da-da-da-da? It's going to come down to when you, or like, do you need the multi-thread? That's what it's all about. Do you need the multi-thread? Do you need those extra cores? That's what it's all about. If you don't need the extra cores, you're still getting 24 threads, you know, with the 9900 X3D. If you need the cores, and I need the cores, so I don't know if you need the cores, but I need the cores. So I'm getting the 9950 X3D. Every time I go from using Threadripper to like trying to do like productivity apps on a standard desktop, I feel like I'm downgrading myself because it's like I literally had 48 threads. Now I'm down to like, you know, if I'm on the 9800 X3, it's like, hey, I've only got 16. I went from like 48 all the way down to like 16, you know? So, but 12 core, 24 thread is still really good. So, and you know what the weird thing, a lot of the reviewers overlook the 12 core Ryzen. The 12 core 24 thread is actually a very nice chip overall. You know, like that is a good all-rounder. What I will tell you is that the guys who were into CPU mining, the 12 core AMDs were the value king. Like those were the CPUs that the CPU mining bros all bought up in large quantities because because they were readily available, because all the gamers went with the 7800 X3D or the 5800 X3D, and all the productivity people like me went with the 16 core 32 thread. So there was a bunch of 12 cores just laying around, and it's like all the CPU mining people, back when CPU mining was a thing, everybody went out and bought all the 5900X, the 7900X, the 7900X3D. That thing literally disappeared overnight because of the crypto people. That happened last summer, I believe. Because crypto CPU mining was very popular for a while last year. Like I know a lot of my viewers don't pay attention to the crypto mining, but it was a thing. CPU mining was totally like a thing that was happening last year. And I think the tail end of 2023 was when it started taking off. In fact, I remember when 40 series and the RDNA 3 launched, and we were kind of afraid that we were going to go into a crypto wave and all the GPUs would be bought up, including 4090s. That didn't happen because the CPU mining took off. That's why. So, yeah, and everyone was mining on AMD Ryzen. Like 5900X was like the best value because you know why? Because the RAM didn't matter when you were CPU mining. It didn't matter nearly as much as like VRAM on GPU mining. So people were buying up like a whole bunch of 5900X because you know why? Because DDR4 was so much cheaper than DDR5 2 years ago. That's why. So yeah, those basically disappeared, and then people had to buy like Zen 4. They had to go like DDR5, and they would only buy like one stick of DDR5, and they'd run like single channel. But then they realized, hey man, single channel DDR5 is actually a whole lot better than single channel DDR4. You know, because the DDR5 is kind of like a pseudo dual channel. It's got like a half channel on one stick, so you get like two half channels on one stick, so it's kind of like you have a dual channel system, sort of. It's not exactly the same as dual channel, but it's better than like one stick of DDR4. So that was something that people were doing with crypto mining a few years ago. So anyway, yeah, this is going to be probably the best overall CPU. It doesn't have nearly as much of a frequency regression compared to the 7950 X3D. So I kind of think, like, in terms of the overall performance, this thing will be a lot more similar to a 9950X Unlike a 7950X3D, which underperformed in multi-threading in more percentage points compared to a standard 7950X. So if you're someone who wants the best all-rounder content creation CPU that can also game very, very well, this is probably the best one. Although the 9900X3D is probably going to be really good, like hidden value, because it gives you a higher core count than the 9800X3D. So that additional 4 cores and 4 more threads, or I guess 8 more threads, is very useful. Anyway, so okay, so let's switch gears here. Let's go to. Is there anything else? ASRock announces full support for this. Oh yeah, so we know it's coming soon. These new X3D Ryzen 9 parts, because there's already BIOS updates that are rolling out now that are adding support for these Ryzen 9 X3D. So the launch is imminent. It's probably going to be in the first half of March, if I had to guess. All the rumors seem to point toward the... Let me look at my calendar here. The second week of March, I believe. Yeah, the second week of March is probably going to be the launch of the 9950 and 9900 X3D. So we'll see soon enough. And then I think that was all the news articles. So we have a couple of games here that are coming out. So Monster Hunter Wilds is coming out next week. I think we went over the system specs, but now that I've played through the open beta test and I've ran the benchmark on a few GPUs and a few CPUs, I don't really like these numbers that Capcom, or these specs that Capcom is recommending. I think these specs are like not good. These are not good recommendations for the game. Like, basically what they're saying is if you have a CPU from AMD from 2019 or an Intel from 2020 or 2021, late 2021, more like 2022, if you have any of those CPUs and you have a 2060 Super with 8 gigs or a RX 6600 with 8 gigs, you have the game on an NVMe SSD, not a SATA, an actual NVMe. You do not want this to go on a SATA SSD because of direct storage. So this has to go on an NVMe. So you have to have an NVMe. You have to have an 8 gigabyte VRAM graphics card. And you have to have a minimum 16 gigs of system RAM. I consider this like below minimum now. I consider 32, or maybe I would consider 24 the minimum. But yeah, like with FrameGen at 1080p, medium settings, you can get 60 FPS with this hardware combination. With, keyword is with FrameGen. With FrameGen. Which means the recommended spec is more like, with this hardware, you can expect 30 frames per second or less average FPS performance. Because, you know, if it dips below 60 with FrameGen, it means that if you turn FrameGen off, you're below 30 FPS. So this is very misleading on Capcom's part. Now, it's one of those things where people are going to look at this, they're going to gloss over the fact that it needs FrameGen. They're going to be like, oh, I have a Ryzen 5 3600X because that's what Digital Foundry always tests with in all their videos. And I have a 3060 or whatever, which is similar to the 6600. So it's kind of like a little bit better than 2060 Super. So it's like, hey, I have the recommended specs. I can play the game. They get the game. The game runs horribly. So they get like 27 to 32 FPS average range, and they're like, man, what is going on here? I thought I had recommended spec, and they go back and read the fine print with FrameGen. So it's like, okay, you gotta use frame gen for this one game. This is a game that requires the frame gen. Let's look at the absolute minimum. So the absolute minimum is the only thing that changed was the graphics cards are lower end. Now the graphics cards are a GTX 1660 or an RX 5500 XT. So either RDNA 1 or like Turing with like no ray tracing, like no RTX. You know, and they're like, oh, you get 1080p 30 frames per second. 30 frames per second. So the CPUs are already a massive, massive bottleneck. And this is probably the main reason why it's stuck at 30. Because if you lower the game, and the other thing too is, look, they're saying this is expected to run at 1080p upscale. Everybody's favorite word in the gaming industry, upscaled from 720p. You can expect 30 FPS under the lowest graphics settings. So this is 720p upscaled to 1080p on the absolute lowest settings will get you 30 FPS. 30 FPS 720p upscale. This game, this shows how hard this game is going to be to run. Now, granted, these GPUs are ancient, horrible GPUs at this point, but these CPUs are really what's the problem. So now we go to high. High, 1440p, 60 FPS with frame gen. Again, they didn't change the CPUs, which I don't understand why, because clearly they're CPU bottlenecked. And then they're saying, okay, all you do is change the GPU and change the resolution. And then they're saying now the game is expected to run at 1440p upscaled 60 FPS with frame gen turned on under high graphics settings. So the only thing that these GPUs do is they allow you to turn on the high graphics preset. That's the only thing that's changing. So you're still like having to leverage upscaling and frame gen. You got to do upscaling and frame gen. You got to do both to get 60 FPS. That means the native FPS is 30 or lower, and the internal resolution, they didn't even say what it was. So it's like, I don't even know what, they didn't say if it was 1440 like performance upscaled. Is it quality preset upscaled? They didn't actually say like what am I supposed to be using? Like balanced, performance, quality, ultra performance. Like they didn't actually say anything. So it's like, okay, like I have no idea what this actually is. Like what's the actual internal resolution? But the point is, it's so CPU bottlenecked that who cares what the GPU is here? You might as well just stick in a 4090 here. Doesn't really matter. It's still going to be 1440p upscale with frame gen to get 60 FPS because you're so CPU bottlenecked. So, yeah, that's bad. All right, Ultra. Here we go. 4K. 4K. And again, okay, finally, they changed the CPUs. They changed the CPUs. And they changed the GPUs. So now they're saying for 4K, 60 FPS with frame gen turned on, with these CPUs, these pandemic era CPUs, except for this one, these three are all pandemic PCs because 5800X launched in the fall of 2020 alongside RTX 3080 and 3090 and the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X and S. We all know, we were there, we witnessed the pandemic era. So that was this CPU. Then in the spring of 2021, Rocket Lake, everybody's favorite Intel generation, the 11th gen, launched in the spring of 2021 amidst the dark times. Literally in the middle of the dark times, we got 3080 Ti and Intel's Rocket Lake entering the market at the worst possible time in computer history. So this is why I call these pandemic PCs. And then you got Alder Lake bringing up the rear in the fall of 2021. So a year after the 5800X, Intel panics and double launches 2 CPU generations in 2021 because 11th gen was so bad. They're like, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Take two. 12th gen, Alder Lake. Here we go. You can get DDR5 if you want to spend $800 for 64 gigs of RAM. You know, that only runs at like 4,800. So anyway, so these are all pandemic PCs. Then you fast forward to 2022, and then AMD launched their first DDR5 platform with Zen 4. So this is the only one that's like the most recent one. But even then, like these guys are all still going to be a heavy CPU bottleneck for this particular game. So they're saying like you got to have a pandemic CPU for 4K with frame gen to target 60 FPS. And you need any of these GPUs, so like 4070 Ti. Interestingly, the AMD GPU here is weaker than the NVIDIA GPUs because the 7800 XT, this is more like a 4070 Super competitor. So it's interesting that the AMD GPU is lower end than these NVIDIA ones, which kind of indicates to me that either one of two things are at play here. Either Capcom favors the AMD RDNA architecture over the NVIDIA one for this particular game, which means you can get better mileage out of an AMD card on Monster Hunter, which could be true. Or they never tested the AMD card, which I've seen a lot of developers do. They only test the NVIDIA card because they don't have the AMD card on hand. So they just kind of like Google what's the closest AMD card, and they got it wrong. Instead of putting 7900 XT, they just put 7800 XT. Now, I don't think Capcom did the latter. I think they actually tested with the 7800 XT. And it does look like, at least when it comes to RE Engine, AMD graphics cards perform slightly better than NVIDIA counterparts in this particular engine. So because they're more, I guess, they're more independent of the CPU. NVIDIA GPUs they rely on far more driver overhead, which means the CPU gets bottlenecked or it has a heavier load when running a game with an NVIDIA graphics card. So that could be one of the reasons why. And we know RE Engine is incredibly CPU heavy, so that might be one of the reasons why. So 12 gigs or more VRAM are required. And then you need an SSD with NVMe. And it says here, the game is expected to run at 4K, upscaled, 60 FPS with frame gen under the ultra graphics settings. So as someone who tested a lot of different graphics cards, a lot of different CPUs, I would say this is an accurate statement from Capcom. So yeah, if you have a CPU similar to these, or slightly newer than these, or slightly better than these. Like, what I mean by that is if you're somebody who has, let's say you have a 13th gen Intel or a Zen 5 CPU, for example, like a 9700X. You know, not X3D, just a regular Ryzen 9700X or 9900X or Intel 14th gen or Intel 13th gen. If you have any of those CPUs, you'll probably get a slightly better experience than what these guys are offering. But you're still going to have to leverage upscaling and frame gen because the GPUs are going to end up not being able to pull they're not going to be able to do 4K on these GPUs with this type of game. So that's how it is. So yeah, like, these are the only specs that are kind of accurate. They're semi-accurate. All this other stuff is kind of a joke because it's like, yeah, no, this is so CPU bound. Like, all three of these CPUs are complete, utter garbage for this game. So it's like, you could literally throw a 5090 in here, pair it up with any of these CPUs, and you'd only be getting like 60 FPS with frame gen turned on. because unless you like literally stare at the sky, you look at the skybox and let the 5090 shoot up to like 500 watts or whatever, then you're getting above 60. But yes, the moment you start running around, you hit a CPU bottleneck instantly and it drops to like 60. And you have to leverage frame gen. So, yeah. This is a joke. This is like minimum spec. I don't like how Capcom even listed this as the high spec. They literally should have just copy pasted all of these CPUs for the high spec for 1440p gaming. So that is shame on Capcom. That's bad. And the fact that they didn't even mention like X3D or even like the Intel Core Ultra is just kind of, well, I don't know, whatever. But I guess you don't need those CPUs for this game. So whatever. All right, so that's Monster Hunter. Let's look at another game here. So let's look. So the next game that comes out after that will be. So that one is going to be next week. So we will be live streaming Monster Hunter World next weekend. Not this weekend, next weekend. And then the next game after that on the 10th of March is going to be Rise of the Ronin on Steam. So this game, the specs are a little bit more realistic. So they're saying the minimum spec for this game is going to be an Intel, again, well, okay, yeah, I don't know what's going on here. So they're saying a 2020 Intel or a 2017 Ryzen first gen. Okay, and then the GTX 1060 and the Radeon RX 5500. Okay, so it's the same garbage GPUs from what we saw on the minimum there. Okay, SSD required. They say SSD required, which probably hints at them using some sort of direct storage. Poor SSD performance may affect the gameplay. They actually call that out. Multi-channel memory architecture recommended. So they're saying that if you run the game, this is actually the first time I've ever seen a game developer mention this. This is actually very interesting. So they're saying that their custom game engine, this is the engine from, this is what I call the Neo engine. So this is from Team Ninja. This is a proprietary engine. This is not Unreal. This is not RE. This is a completely custom made engine from a Japanese developer. It leverages multi-channel memory architecture is recommended. What that means, for people who don't know what this means you need to be running at least 2 sticks of memory. You do not want to be running with 1 stick of memory, especially if you're on one of these CPUs that use DDR4. So, because 1 stick of DDR4 is horrible. So, multi-channel memory recommended, which means you got to have 2 sticks of memory, maybe 4 sticks of memory. But anyway, you need to have dual channel RAM running or quad channel RAM. This is one of those sort of games that when I see this, when they call this out, I wonder if quad channel even makes a difference. So this is one of those type of games that I want to test with Threadripper to see if the moving average is slightly higher with 4 sticks versus 2 sticks. And Threadripper is similar to like the Zen 4. Especially if you overclock the frequency all the way up to 5.5 gigahertz. So, and I've overclocked my Threadripper. I've unlocked the fuse on it, so I don't have a problem doing that. And that's probably why it performs the way it does compared to like the typical stock Threadripper. But anyway, multi-channel memory. So that'll be interesting to test quad channel memory, see if it actually has some form of scaling or some hint at scaling. All right, this game is expected to run at 1080p 30 FPS. 1080p, 30 frames per second, under the lowest graphics settings with upscaling, which means these graphics cards can't even handle 1080p, 30 FPS on the lowest settings, which means you need to have frame gen turned on, and or you need to have upscaling from 720p. So the GTX 1060 is officially, in my book, a 720p graphics card in 2025. And that's totally fine considering it will be 9 years old this summer. So this is a very big game, 180 gigabytes of SSD space. All right, so recommended. You need to have a pandemic PC, either a 10th gen Intel from the summer of 2020 or a Ryzen 5000 from the fall of 2020. So again, pandemic processors. All right, and then you need to have an RTX 2080 Super or better, or a 6700 XT or better. Those GPUs are about similar spec. So that's actually pretty good. Okay, SSD required, NVMe SSD, multi-channel, blah, blah, blah. Game is expected to run at 1080p 60 under standard graphics settings with upscaling. Frame gen can be turned on to increase. Okay, so yeah, this game is pretty hard to run. I would say if it, well, no, I don't think this game is that hard to run. But what's a little surprising is that it's 1080p 60 with a 6700 XT. But I guess that means that we're progressing. The industry's moving forward. Because here's a game that's not Unreal Engine, and 6700 XT is only good for 1080p 60 with upscaling, which means it's actually sub 1080. So very, very interesting. This game is probably Team Ninja's most demanding game. I take that back. Actually, I think Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is probably more demanding because that's UE5. But this game has ray tracing, guys. So this will be an interesting one to test ray tracing. So this will be Team Ninja's proprietary engine that has ray tracing built in. So I don't know if I'm going to play this because technically I already played it on PS5 last year. So, and it's kind of a boring game. It's you guys have seen me stream this game before. How this game looks like a late PS4 title, or is it actually a next gen ever? Well, we'll see. We'll see if they did anything. Knowing what I know about Japanese devs, I don't think they did anything. I think they just ported it. They probably even paid like another company to port it for them to PC. But I don't know. I feel like Team Ninja's ports have actually been pretty decent in recent history. I mean, they've had like really bad ones like Wild Hearts and Stranger of Paradise when it first launched. I mean, that thing took like 5 patches to get that thing to be looking actually good. But, you know, the games are playable at launch, so for the most part. So, yeah, that's this one. And then one final game that we'll look at is going to be Assassin's Creed. So Assassin's Creed Shadows. I will be live streaming Assassin's Creed Shadows. This comes out toward the end of next month. So this is a month out. I think the release date is literally a month from today. It is March 20th. So we got Rise of the Ronin on the 10th of March. We have Monster Hunter Wilds literally next week, a week from now. So it's going to be Monster Hunter, then Rise, then Assassin's Creed. So this one, let's take a look at this one. This one's interesting because they have all this like ray tracing stuff on here. Unlike the Japanese developers who literally seem like they could care less about even mentioning ray tracing. Like, you know, these guys didn't mention it, but it's going to be there. Monster Hunter didn't mention it, but it's already in there. Now we have a Western developer who actually seems to list specs for ray tracing. So here we go. For the minimum, 1080p, 30 FPS, you need to have an ancient Intel CPU that is so old that I completely forgot about it. The Intel Core i7 8700K from 2018, or the okay, this one's not that much newer. The 2019 Ryzen 5 3600. Yes, these ancient CPUs. Okay, GeForce 1070 from 2016, or a 5700 from 2019. Okay, rebar on for whatever. It's like, okay, you got to turn rebar on Intel. Like, remind everybody to turn rebar on. It's like most BIOSes have rebar on by default now. Intel Arc A580. Oh, the A580. The A580 is listed. Finally, the A580 actually makes an appearance. Okay, that's cool. So the A580, 8 gigabyte. The A580 actually, not the B580, the A580. The A580 can do 1080p, 30 FPS at the lowest settings. Recommended settings 1080p, 60 FPS. The Intel Core i5 11600K or the Zen 3 based 5600X. So, okay, so recommended is basically pandemic computer. This is a straight up pandemic computer. This is as pandemic as you can get. All right, enthusiasts. So you have again a pandemic PC. Yeah, that's straight up out of the pandemic. Okay, 4K, 60 FPS. You have an Alder Lake i7 or the legendary 5800X3D. See, apparently you need these kind of CPUs for 4K gaming, but you don't need them for 1440p for some reason, okay? And then the NVIDIA GeForce 4070 Ti Super and the Radeon 7900 XT 20 gigabyte. Okay, so that means... So what? Does this mean that this game is easier to run than this game? This is for 1080. And Assassin's Creed, this is like... Hold on. Oh no, 1080 was 6700. Oh, so, okay. So Assassin's Creed is very similar to Rise of the Ronin in terms of how hard it is to run. And then for the ray tracing, the only thing that changes is going to be all GPU based. No one cares about the CPU when it comes to ray tracing. It's all GPU. So it's all downhill from here. So they're basically saying if you want standard ray tracing, you need to have for 1080p 30 FPS. It's like, okay, is that even worth mentioning? The 2070, like, is that even worth mentioning for standard RT? The 6 is that even like what is okay? Just ignore that. Like that's pointless. RT recommended, but then they changed the FPS and the resolution. Okay, 1440p. You need a pandemic computer, except the GPUs are newer. Okay, so 4070 Super and 7800 XT. Okay, and then extended ray tracing. Let's just forget about this. Enthusiast apparently is 1440p 60, and they're only listing the 4080 for that. And then for 4K, see again, this is further like backing my claim that the 4090 is a 4K graphics card, because look at what they're saying here. Look at what this is coming straight from the developer. Like they're literally saying for RT, for ray tracing, enthusiast settings, 1440p 60, you need to have a GeForce RTX 4080. And then for the ray tracing extreme at 4K 60, they're saying you need to have an RTX 4090. The fact that they're saying that you have to have a $1,600, we'll call it $2,000 graphics card to run extended ray tracing is very interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a developer like list a 4090 on any of their things for system requirements. But the fact that a 4090 shows up on this thing is very, very interesting. It does say down here that apparently you only need 16 gigabytes of RAM. It's like, hey, you can have a GPU that has 20 gigs of VRAM or 24 gigs of VRAM, meaning you can build a computer that has more VRAM than actual system RAM. So I don't understand why they didn't scale the RAM amounts for these higher resolution. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, mandatory SSD. So apparently there's no reason to have a hard drive anymore because like all these games require SSDs. In fact, they probably mean NVMe SSD. So there's no point in having any SATA-based storage as long as we're talking gaming. All right, this saying ray trace, global illumination, and reflections. There's an in-game benchmark tool for performance analysis. That's good. I always like when games include built-in benchmarks because that makes it much, much easier to do standard testing. It has ultra-wide resolution support, in-depth customization options, uncapped frame rate, HDR support, AMD Eyefinity, and NVIDIA Surround compatible. That's one that you don't see every day. And then dynamic resolution support and HDR support. Okay, so the cool thing about, who is this, Ubisoft? I like that they're very thorough in that they actually list all this other stuff that Capcom doesn't even, like... Okay, actually, hold on, I take that back. Capcom has some stuff down here. Capcom is saying some stuff. For Monster Hunter... contents and design are subject to change without prior notice. The super resolution technology supports NVIDIA DLSS 3.7, not 4.0, 3.7, and AMD FSR 3.1. Upscaling and frame gen are measured with those two. By installing the free additional content high resolution texture pack, which is an additional 75 gigabytes, you can enjoy the game with enhanced visual quality. So, okay, I was not impressed with how the demo looked at all, so I'm immediately going to download the high resolution texture pack and hope that the game looks so much better because the game's visuals are kind of underwhelming, not gonna lie. Please note that using the high resolution texture pack requires at least 16 gigs of VRAM. If VRAM is insufficient, oh, here we are, boys. See what I mean? 16 gigs is the new minimum. 16 gigs is the new minimum. If VRAM is insufficient, otherwise, if you don't have 16 gigs, your game's going to look like garbage as far as Capcom's concerned. It's like, if you don't have 16, sorry, your game's going to look like it's from the PS3. So it's like, if you don't have 16 gigs of VRAM, you need to get on Capcom's level, or you need to get off and go back to the PS3 era from like more than a decade ago at this point. That's basically what Capcom's saying. That's literally a slap in the face from Capcom to everyone out there that has an 8 gigabyte GPU. All you people with 8 gigabyte GPUs, Capcom just slapped you across the face. It was like, go get on their level. Go buy a 5070 Ti. Yes, go buy a 5070 Ti, or wait for that upcoming AMD. Get that AMD 9070 XT. So if VRAM is insufficient, high resolution text. Oh, get this. This is rich. This is great. This is gonna be a Steam forum complaint post or a negative Steam review with like a whole bunch of replies. If the VRAM is insufficient, high resolution textures may not display correctly. So you'll have weird artifacting and glitching. I can see it now, man. People are going to make all kinds of meme videos. And it's because they didn't read the fine print. They're like, man, this game's trash. It's glitching out. The textures are like all over the place, vanishing or looking really low res. Guess the reason for that? Insufficient VRAM. Insufficient VRAM. There you go. Be sure to check that your system meets the requirements before the installation. Oh man, we're gonna have to bust out 3090 Ti again. XTX. Oh, I'm so happy I have XTX, man. 24 gigs of VRAM. I'm safe. I'm safe. Rip all the 4070 Ti owners. Rip all those 12 gig owners. Rip. Oh man. Okay. Alright, so that's good. Okay, so they do have some fine print. That's good. Alright, well, these guys have a pretty good overall page here for their system specs. And then there's no... Yeah, so there's no fine print for the Rise of the Ronin. So, okay. So those are some games that we have coming out over the next month. Most people aren't going to download 75 gigabytes of textures that TAA is just going to blur. Well, you can always use DLAA instead of TAA, or you can use AMD's FSR native AA, which actually looks better than TAA also. So, I mean, like, there's other ways to do this. You don't have to use the TAA, but yeah. For all the people out there on, like, the old GPUs, they shouldn't even try to download the texture pack. You will download 75 gigabytes of useless information. Hey, I just want to see if it actually makes a visual difference. Because if it doesn't make any difference in the visuals, then that is, like, that's going to be very sad. Anyway, yeah, we'll be streaming this next weekend. We're going to be doing a lot of Monster Hunter content on this channel over the next several weeks. So you're either going to learn to love Monster Hunter or you're going to hate Monster Hunter. Because there's going to be a lot of it on the weekend streams. All right, so that pretty much covers the news for this week. So basically 5070 Ti, and everyone's kind of complaining about it. As always, people seem to complain about GPUs. That seems like the general theme this year. You started playing Rise. Not that bad, but the game is a tutorial minefield. Oh, you mean Rise of the Ronin? Oh, you mean Monster Hunter Rise? Monster Hunter Rise or Rise of the Ronin? I assume Monster Hunter Rise. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Monster Hunter Rise. I never finished it. I played the demo and then never actually got the game. Yeah, I don't know. I found World way better. Even DDR4 to DDR5 is only a few frames, believe it or not. Yeah, but it all adds up. It all adds up. Yeah. Well, yeah, the RAM being stable is assumed to be the case. Like, who's running unstable RAM? I mean, there's probably people out there that are running unstable RAM, but I wouldn't run unstable RAM. You could end up corrupting the OS, having to reinstall Windows. You could corrupt files, all kinds of bad stuff. So definitely RAM needs to be stable. All right, guys, that's going to be it for this stream. There's not, like I said, I mean, this one was supposed to be, okay, we're like 3.5 hours. So we're going to go ahead and end the stream here. I don't know what we're going to be doing. I guess if I do stream on the weekend, there'll be one stream, and it will probably be the new Like a Dragon game that literally came out today. I believe it's out now. Yeah, it's out now. So, at least on Steam. So we may look at Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii this weekend. I heard that game is not super long. So I may try to finish it, because I failed to finish Infinite Wealth last year. So that one's still on backlog at this point. I haven't finished Dynasty Warriors Origins. That one's on backlog too. So we'll probably do like one stream, maybe two. I think we're just going to do like one stream of Pirate Yakuza. We'll see. If it's really cool, if the game's like super fun, maybe I'll do another one. But that's going to be it. We have a week from today. Okay, so I guess plans for the channel. The announcement for the 9070 XT and the 9070 is going to come out literally when Monster Hunter Wilds comes out, is when we're going to get the full lowdown from AMD on the 9070 and 9070 XT. So I expect those GPUs to launch very soon, probably the same day as the Ryzen 9 X3D stuff. So tentatively, as I know right now, you can expect the Ryzen X3D to launch the second week of March. Now, I'm not going to say the exact day. What I'll say is it's probably going to be the second day, or the second week of March. Second week of March. So sometime between the 9th and the 15th of March, the 9950 X3D and the 9900 X3D will launch to the public. The reviews will be a day before, just like we saw with the 5070 Ti. Now, what I have no information on is the graphics cards. So, because AMD has kind of shifted the Radeon launch window a couple of times, so I actually don't know when it's launching, but I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being the exact same day as the 9950X3D, because that way AMD can try to like push the products together. So like if someone's doing a full new system build, you know, like someone could literally just get a 9900 X3D and they could pair that up with a 9070 XT or, you know, whatever. So they may launch the exact same day. March is going to make or break everything. What do you mean by that? I mean, we got 3. Okay, I'm tracking 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 games on the list for March. So I have Monster Hunter Wild. Well, okay, it doesn't count. Never mind. There's 4 games for March because that's technically February, but most of the gameplay is going to be in March. So Rise of the Ronin, Atelier, Yumiya, The Alchemist of Memories, and the Envisioned Land, Assassin's Creed Shadows, and the first Berserker, Kazan. Those are the 4 games of March, at least the ones that I am tracking, and I will probably end up playing. So for sure, 100% Assassin's Creed Shadows. Assassin's Creed Shadows will be at least looked at on stream because Intel gave me that game basically. So courtesy of Intel, I have access to Assassin's Creed Shadows. So we'll be looking at Assassin's Creed Shadows. Otherwise, I probably would not cover the game, you know, to be honest, because there's too many other games that I'd be playing. So we'll be looking at Assassin's Creed Shadows toward the end of that month. And then we also have the Atelier game. That's an RPG. I don't know if I'm going to cover Rise of the Ronin because I played it on PS5 already, and it was kind of an underwhelming, boring game. And then the first Berserker, Kazan, that's from a Korean developer. I played the demo. The game looks promising. It's pretty fun if you like Dark Souls games. If you don't like Dark Souls games, then you're probably not going to care about the first Berserker. You're going to test it on an Intel card? Oh, you're right, man. I'm going to have to test it on the Intel card. Oh no, I didn't think about that. I thought I was going to test it on the 9070 XT. But okay, courtesy of Intel, you're right. You're right. I have to do the honorable thing, and because of Intel, if it wasn't for Intel, I wouldn't have Assassin's Creed Shadows. So thanks to Intel, so we will be live streaming Assassin's Creed Shadows with the Intel B580 with rebar on at 10. Oh, it's only good for 1080p. Okay, so what I'll do is this with upscale. Okay, this doesn't look like it's upscale. So what I'm doing, because I can't, well, I don't know. We'll test it at 1080p because that's what it says here. B580 1080p. So yeah, we'll do that, and yeah, we'll see how it runs. I'll try to upscale it to 1440 or something and see how that goes. Huh? $2x24 is your fastest option, giving you the best speed. Yeah, 48 gigabytes is so okay. If you want fast RAM and you're building a gaming PC, you want 48 gigabytes of RAM. 48 gigabytes of RAM. Why? Because 48 gigabytes of RAM is single rank DIMMs, and everyone knows that currently single rank DIMMs are the ones that go very, very fast. And 48 gigabytes total is better than 32 gigabytes total. So you have more of a buffer before like running out of system RAM, if that makes sense. So 48 gigabytes is my personal recommendation for anyone who is trying to build like a gaming PC with a 9800X3D. 9800X3D plus 48 gigs of RAM is like the best overall balanced combination. You know, so that's better than 32. You can do 8,000 no problem with the 9800X3D, provided you have a good motherboard that can handle that speed on the memory. Because if you want to run 8,000 for the benefits of running 8,000, and there are multiple benefits, we've talked about that in several videos and multiple live streams, so we're not going to go over that here again. But if you truly want to do like 8,000 on the RAM, you're going to want 2x24 running at 8,000 off of an Expo or XMP kit, and you're going to want a good motherboard that can handle that speed. So you're going to want to check the QVL list on whatever motherboard you're considering, provided you actually care to run the 8,000 speed memory. So, okay, so that is what I would recommend. That's what I'm personally running myself with the 9800X3D. So my 9800X3D, you guys have seen the specs before. 9800X3D paired up with 48 gigs of RAM running at 8,000. That's what we're running with the X870E Crosshair Hero. So I don't know if I'm going to be upgrading that PC to the 9950X3D or if I'm going to upgrade this PC to that CPU. But I got to think about that. Dual rank, you can't do 4 sticks. You have 64 dual rank. You can, but you can't do them fast. Yeah, you're not going to do 6400. Yeah. If you want to do 4 sticks, you can. Guys, you can do 4 sticks provided you're on single rank DIMMs. If you want to do 4 sticks but dual rank, you're not going to run your RAM at a high speed. Let's put it that way. You're not going to be running a high speed. Aim for 5200. If you want 128, so I guess let's just go ahead and use X870E Godlike as an example here. And then we'll have to close out the stream because we're extending the stream. Okay, MSI, the Godlike, the $1,100 flagship, the most expensive AM5 motherboard that money can buy currently, says the following. If you are running 16 gigs total, 24 gigs total, 32 gigs total, or 48 gigs total, the MSI Godlike says you can do up to 8,400 on the Godlike. The maximum amount of RAM with this configuration currently is 48 gigabytes of memory. Now, 1 DPC, 2 rank. This means if you are running 2 sticks of memory and the total is going to be 64 gigabytes or 96 gigabytes, or even more recently, 128 gigabytes across 2 64 gigabyte DIMMs, you can do up to 6,400 mega transfers. So the reason why I'm addressing this is because I keep getting comments on the videos where I've done guides for showing like 4 sticks of memory, blah, blah, blah. I keep on seeing I've stopped responding to the comments because people keep asking the exact same comments over and over and over again. And I'm like, I'm not going to address them. I'm just going to ignore the comments now because it's like people aren't listening. So we're going to address this live. This one means the maximum is 2 sticks of 24 gigabytes. That means that this is single rank. This means that it is a 16 or 24 gigabyte stick. So 24 times 2 equals 48 gigabytes. Now do you see why earlier, a few minutes ago, I said 48 gigabytes is what I recommend if you want to run really fast RAM? Because 48 is the highest capacity you can achieve with the highest speed. That is why I said that. So if you're doing 2 sticks, but now you're doing dual rank. 2R means dual rank, 2 rank. This means the total will be still 2 sticks of memory, but it is now the total is 64 gigabytes. So this is 2 times 32 gigabyte sticks. So that's 64 gigabytes, or the more modern, which I personally use, 2 times 48 gigabyte DIMMs, which means the total is 96 gigabytes of RAM, basically double what you could do on this one. But now the maximum speed is going to top out around 6400. I've gotten so many people who watch my videos, and like, I'll give you guys a good example. I did a video on 4 sticks of memory. Total capacity, 96 gigabytes. I get one of the first comments is, I tried your, thanks for the video, it's a great guide, but I can't get it to work. I mean, I'm doing the same thing. They're like, I have the exact same setup. I have 128 gigs total. And okay, at first, as soon as I read the word 128 gigs total, I immediately am like, no, dude, you're not doing the same thing. That's not like for like. In my video, I'm showing this. But the person watching my video is actually doing this. Do you see the difference? So we haven't even addressed it, but here, okay, so these are the 4 sticks. These are the 4 sticks. These are 2 sticks. These are 4 sticks. So this one tops out at 96 gigabytes. Or no, this one actually tops out now. If you're going with Micron, you can get a total of 128 gigabytes of memory. If you have 2 64 gigabyte DIMMs from Micron. So if you have crucial memory, you can actually do up to, well, okay, realistically, I don't know if Micron is doing 64. Maybe they're doing 6,000 now. But this one tops out around 128 gigs. But for the 6400 speed, it tops out at like 96 gigs. So now let's talk about 4 sticks. So 4 sticks, what does this mean? 4 sticks of single rank DIMMs. So this one tops out at a total of, okay, let's let the chat answer. What is the current total capacity for this third bullet point? What is the maximum amount of memory that would achieve this spec? Who here knows? What's the answer? Who here in the chat knows? The hint is that I did a video about this exact topic. Silent as night got it. The correct answer is 96 gigabytes. This tops out at 96 gigabytes. 4 times 24 gigabytes. 2 DPC. 2 DPC immediately means 4 sticks of memory. 1R means single rank. So the maximum size single rank DIMM today is a 24 gigabyte stick. So you take 4 of them, you get a total of 96 gigabytes. So you can do 4 sticks of memory at 6400 with this particular motherboard. This is exactly what I'm running currently right now. I am running 4 sticks of memory, 4 times 24 on the Godlike. So I have the 4 sticks of memory with the Godlike, and it looks really good, and that's how it, and it's running at 6400, 100% stable. So That is the maximum you can do if you want 4 sticks while also maintaining a high speed, relatively high speed. Not like super high speed, but a relatively high speed. So that is 96 gigabytes, 6400. So I did a video, I think about a month ago, maybe a little bit more than a month ago now, on 96 gigabyte. I basically the theme of the video is how to do 4 sticks of memory so you can, because you like the look of 4 sticks of memory. You want to see the 4 sticks of RGB goodness. So the best situation, if you want it to be high speed, relatively high speed, and you want the 4 sticks, 96 gigabytes is the max. And that's rock solid stable. Now, and the first thing that ends up happening is I got all these people commenting on the video like, hey, I tried it, but it doesn't work. And it's like, I reply to them like, what's your total memory? And it's always 128. And some people it's 192. And I'm just like, okay, well, you clearly didn't watch the video because, like I literally say in the beginning of the video. Anyway, those people that are doing 192 and 128, those people are doing this one. Look at the difference in the speed. Look at what MSI guarantees as the maximum speed for 192 gigabytes or more, meaning 4 sticks, 4 times 32. 4 times 32 or 4 times 48. Or 4 times 64. Because that's what these are. These are the dual rank. These are the big memory. So these start at 32 gig sticks. So the smallest size is 32. The largest size now, as of Micron, is 64. But last year it was 48. So my highest capacity is 192 gigabytes of system memory. And I have another video that shows how to do that much memory at 6,000. But that is not easy to do. That is not plug and play. That requires manual tuning of the resistor values, the impedance values, and someone really has to know what they're doing in order to pull that off. So, realistically, 4,800 is the guaranteed stable speed for anyone wanting to do 4 sticks of memory for a total of 128 or more system RAM. So when I point this out to people, they were like, well, is there a way to get it to work? And the answer is yes, but it is not easy. And every motherboard is different. So it's like, unless they have literally the exact same motherboard that I show and the exact same settings and the exact same memory kit, and that it also assumes the same binning and the same batch of memory. I mean, there's too many different factors, too many different variables for trying to get high capacity memory running at high speed, that what I've realized is it's too much effort for such little gain, to the point where if someone really, really needs that much RAM, they're better off just running it at 4,800 or maybe 5,200 and then just forget about it. Because at that point, you're still running 1-to-1 ratio and you're running low voltage. So you have low system idle wattage and you have tons of RAM. So who really cares? Because at this point, 128, 192, 256, I don't consider that like a gaming PC. That's more of like a workstation, high-end desktop PC that's literally needs to use the memory for something like AI or whatever. So you can see like it starts off with low density memory and it goes up to high density, and you can see the speed drop off. So I think the happy medium is anyone who wants 4 sticks of memory, go single rank, max that out to 96 gigs. It looks so good with the final build. You get that 4 stick RGB goodness, and it's still running at 6,400. Rock solid stable. Very easy, plug and play. All you do is load your Expo profile and it's good to go. So that's what I would recommend. And that's what I'm personally running right now on this computer. If you need a lot of RAM, you have to sacrifice speed. Otherwise, you need to go to Threadripper, because Threadripper can run 4 sticks of dual rank at on a 1 DPC channel at 6400. But boy, is that memory expensive, because that's RDIMM. You have the Nova. Okay. Should I change the CL to keep the multiple, or should I leave it? No, the CL40 has nothing to do with the multiplier. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, because in general the higher number is better. The lower latency is better. So no, if it's stable at CL38, no, I would just leave it at CL38. If it's stable for you at that cast latency, then that's good to go. I would just leave it the way it is. As long as it's stable, that's fine. I'll tell you, CL38 on 8000 can be very challenging for the motherboard. So, but if yours is working, then that's good. I have seen a lot of people, like I know BuildZoid struggled with getting his to run stable. Now he was not using the Nova; he was using like I think an Asus board, but he had a lot of trouble getting CL38 working at 8000. So if yours is working, that's great. So what I found is CL40 is just very easy. CL40 will work, man. Like for me, when I'm doing 8000, I do CL40 because I don't have to worry about it, and I can run the voltages really, really low. Like I'll tell you, like if I'm doing CL40, my voltage VDDQ is 1.35, and my VSOC is 1.2. It's like low voltage across the board. So, and that's the benefit of 8000, because 8000 you have lower idle power than if you're running at like 6000 or 6400. So, see, man, that's why 32 gigs is what I consider the minimum. 32 gigs is the absolute minimum. If someone's asking me advice for like building a computer in 2025 and it's a gaming PC, I straight up tell them 48 gigabytes, man. I just start at 48 gigs, because if they want to go fast, I know 48 gigs can go fast. And 48 gigs is so easy. 48 gigs is just as easy to train as 32 gigs. It's single rank. It's so easy, and it can go so fast. So 48 gigs is where it's at for the gamers. Anytime someone says that it's a gaming PC, I immediately recommend 48 gigs. I ignore 32. That's so like 3 years ago now. So it's like, man, no. 48 gigs is where it starts. It gives you a better buffer in terms of the amount. Because I feel like it's so weird. Like if someone has a 5090 and they have 32 gigs of system RAM, their system and their GPU both have the same amount of RAM. That's weird. Like your VRAM equals your system RAM. That's like kind of a no-no. So, yeah, 48 gigabytes definitely, man. 48 gigabytes is the way to go. 100%. My 8000 kit, I have two 8000 kits. They're both 48 gig kits. All my high capacity, so I only have, I have like one Corsair kit that's like really old. It's a Micron DDR5. All my good RAM currently is G.Skill 48 gig capacity. So it's all 8000 G.Skill, Trident, Z5. And then for my higher density, I'm doing, it's also G.Skill, but it's the G.Skill like 96 gigabytes. So it's the 64, it's this one. Or no, it's one of these. But it's two sticks, so it's this one, yeah. It's this one. So my gamer memory is a 48 gigabyte kit that runs at 8000. My, like, I guess we'll call it the, I don't know, productivity memory is 6400 Expo memory. 96 gigabytes. So this one. So two sticks of this would be 96. 2 sticks of this would be 8,000. 4 sticks of this same kit would then convert into this, which would become 4 sticks running at 96 gigs total at 6,400. So all of this I have verified works with 100% stability, and hence those are the videos that we have on the channel that are all showcasing RAM. So, yeah, 8,000 CL38 is really, really good. That's better than what I'm using, because mine is 8,000 CL40. On 8845HS, I can again have multi-streams, no issue on the laptop, because multi-monitor, it does not do well. Are you using a docking station? We may do some laptop content in the near future. We'll probably cover one of the AMD laptops. Maybe I've been thinking about a Snapdragon laptop. But see, it's like I don't feel like spending so much money on a Snapdragon laptop just for a few videos, because that's, like, Snapdragon laptops are expensive for what they are. So I don't know. We'll see. But we'll do some content on a laptop. I want to do some more AI stuff, but until Strix Halo Ryzen AI Max comes out in more different options, I don't know what we're going to do about that. But definitely we are going to do some mobile laptop-based content on the channel this year, because I think that that's more interesting than what we're looking at on desktop. Basically, after this month, there's literally, or after March, after next month, there's literally like nothing to look forward to for the rest of the year for a consumer desktop. So, yeah, it's pretty much like Q1 is like desktop hardware, and then the entire rest of this year is all mobile. So if you guys are into laptops or like tablets or hybrid desktops and, mini PCs, OEM mini PCs, that kind of stuff, like mobile processors are going to be the true enthusiast market this year. And I think someone earlier said the 5090 laptop is probably going to be the best NVIDIA GPU of the year. And they're probably right, because the 5090 desktop is a thermonuclear reactor, and it can suffer from something called meltdown. And all the other GPUs are so underwhelming. So it's really, and then AMD's not putting out a super like flagship GPU. AMD's putting out, like a good performance class GPU next month. That's pretty much it. So it's like I said, like everything is going to be mobile focused. Ryzen AI Max, Ryzen AI Max Plus. So the Strix Point is going to come out in more different various laptops. I don't know what Qualcomm is going to do. Intel's bringing Arrow Lake. So Core 2 Ultra 200 series, those are coming to laptop this year. So we're going to see some Intel stuff coming out in the mobile space as well. So last year they got Lunar Lake out the door. Now they're going to bring Arrow Lake to mobile. So that means that Intel will refresh all the gaming laptops that have Intel stuff in them. They're going to be Arrow Lake based laptops. So Intel's coming in fast with some mobile stuff. Then AMD, we already know what AMD's entire lineup is. AMD's doing the 9000 series mobile, which doesn't have the NPU. Then they have Strix Halo. Then they have Strix Point. So lots of different stuff. They've got X3D. Oh, yeah, AMD's bringing X3D to the mobile, guys. AMD is bringing X3D to the mobile space. So that alone is already making it even more interesting. So, Apple launched M4 Max, all that stuff. So, Apple's just kind of there. And if you like Apple, that's cool. But for the PC enthusiasts, mobile is definitely going to be where it's at. So we're going to be focusing on mobile content at least for a while on this channel. We may do some more like networking stuff. I did a networking video to showcase people like what to do with one of your extra PCIe slots that have 2 lanes of Gen 3. And the best thing I could come up with was add 10 gigabit network to your motherboard. So we may do some more niche sort of stuff like that. on the channel, and then we may do mobile stuff like docking stations, desktop replacements. People who live in an environment where they can't use a physical desktop because they're either space constrained or they live a nomadic lifestyle. I mean, I totally understand that because, like, back in 2018, I lived a nomadic lifestyle. I was based out of Japan for like half a year, and I did not have a desktop PC while I was there. So I was living the nomad life with a laptop and all this stuff. So we may do some content like that, showcasing, you know, like mobile stuff, because mobility is a huge thing for a lot of people. And the smartphone market, now I won't really do smartphone stuff, but in general, you think of like tablets, mobile devices, phones, laptops, notebooks, you know, all that stuff. That is the true revenue generator for Intel and potentially AMD, provided they can deliver on volume. That's where they get most of their revenue when it comes to the consumer market. A lot of the gamers, a lot of the enthusiast people don't realize that desktop PCs, especially build your own, is such a small percentage of the revenue for these companies. It's really the mobile space. And we are seeing this play out in full force this year, and we saw some of it last year. But this year, we're going to get the whole battle. We're going to see like the full battle. The full showdown is going to happen this year. Strix Point, Strix Halo, X3D in mobile, 50 series laptops, you know, whatever Qualcomm refresh is going to do, Intel Arrow Lake, you know, the whole thing. And maybe nvidia decides to enter the mobile space with a mobile CPU integrated unified memory thing, kind of like Strix Halo. Maybe nvidia is going to do something like that. It's going to be ARM based. I don't think it's going to be this year, but nvidia is also on the horizon getting into the mobile space. So, because nvidia wants to pivot, they want to get away from like the typical gamers and the like discrete GPU, and they want to move that product stack to like a more super duper high end thing. You know, like they want to sell like $10,000 graphics cards to professionals and businesses, because they don't see businesses as much of a high risk environment, in the sense that's like businesses are more well equipped to deal with cable meltdowns, but I think that's an easy thing for NVIDIA to fix versus the average rando, you know, in their home or whatever. So, you know, and I think their board partners, the AIB partners, want that as well. Although I could be wrong there. I think that a lot of those guys, the margins on the GPUs have always been kind of razor thin for companies like MSI, Pallet, Gigabyte, PNY, etc. But NVIDIA's like, hey guys, we can fix it. We can make it more profitable for all of you. All we got to do is price the GPUs way higher, and then we don't even need to adhere to the MSRP. Just price it like, we'll just say it's a reference price. You can just price it however you feel. Just do it whatever you want. Okay, and hence why we have $1,000 5070 ties at launch. So, you know, like things are getting out of hand with the GPU discrete market, and it's because really the companies don't care. They're chasing AI, they're chasing big business, they're chasing the enterprise market. They're realizing that they have to be more strategic with their wafer purchases from TSMC. They have to allocate the proper volumes to the markets that bring higher profit margin, because it's a feedback loop. They've got to drive the cost to develop the newer chips. Things are getting more complicated. Things are getting more expensive on the process node side. So, yeah. MSRP is suggested price. Yeah, so they can price it however they want, and that's why they're raising the price every generation now, and it's gotten kind of out of hand. Although Nvidia has kind of brought some of it down a little bit, to their credit. You know, like technically the MSRP $749, it's like $50 less than 4070 Ti MSRP, but you know, like if no one follows the actual MSRP, then it doesn't actually matter what the MSRP is. It could have been 50. It could be $100 less. No one cares. So anyway, that's gonna be it for this stream. Yeah. We'll probably do more discussion. So I guess next week, I don't have no idea what we're going to talk about next week because there's like no hardware. I guess unless AMD announces the announcement of the previously announced 9070 XT, we'll have something to talk about with GPUs. But otherwise, if it happens after Tech Thursdays next week, then we won't. So it'll all be speculation at that point. But anyway, that's going to be it for this stream. Thank you all for tuning in. We do these live shows every Thursdays. If you're new to the channel and you like this sort of content that's kind of this free-form, open discussion, which we can kind of go off on tangents every now and then, but the tangent ends up being like very useful to a lot of the viewers. So if you like this sort of content, do get subscribed to the channel. We do the live streams like this every Thursday. And then sometimes, I say sometimes, it's more like... we'll say probably 80% of the time we do one weekend live stream. If there's something like special going on, like last week was the Elden Ring Night Rain network test. We do multiple live streams on the weekend. But this one, we're probably going to do one. And that's how we do the live stream content on the channel. So if you like this content, do get subscribed. Do hit the bell icon, the notification icon, so that you get notified when I go live. Because sometimes we do live streams on the spot if there's some kind of like specific thing. Like if there's going to be, you know, like nvidia press conference or whatever. And we're going to do like a reaction to it in real time. So maybe we'll do a stream on that. So do get notified for those. And then we do kind of do video uploads on anything PC DIY. So that's basically the focus of the channel. And we sometimes cover gaming as well. So if you like that kind of mix of PC, like build your own PC and the enthusiast market for hardware, and also kind of like adjacent to the gaming market as well, we sometimes talk about the consoles as well, because the consoles are kind of like our window into where the industry's going in terms of the gaming technology, and that sort of creates a feedback loop that drives the innovation for the graphics card technology. So if you like this, do get subscribed to the channel. It does help me out. And that's going to be it. So thank you all for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Thanks.